optimize it so you can reach that next level of performance. So after that, you then need to recognize, once you go to a competition maybe, or once you do extensive testing, you'll be like, okay, maybe my drivetrain isn't as fast as I need it to be, or maybe the lift is stalling after a certain amount of time, and that's an issue, right? So you identify a problem, and then you loop back into this process again, where you start by, okay, the problem is right now the lift isn't working. So how do we make that better? And you might switch to a different lift mechanism or something. So you still follow this cyclical design process that you follow in the real world as well, which is very interesting for if you're a student who's very interested in robotics and is trying to enter the engineering field in the future. Is like almost like a playground where you can test and learn these type of skills. One thing that's very unique as well that a lot of teams do is they use things called WOT tables, or decision matrices. It's essentially a tool that is you can use to decide on what mechanism you want to choose, or you can really use it to compare any alternative options against different criteria. So for example, this is evaluating 3 different types of drivetrains. So we have the tank drive, which you saw previously. There's an H drive and there's an X drive. For the context of this presentation and not getting too technical into the talk, there's essentially benefits and disadvantages to all of these mechanisms. And you need to assign which criteria you value the most. In this case, we're valuing speed or fast, the speed, so the fast, and reliability the most. So we've assigned a weightage of 2 for these categories. But then, for example, adaptability is not something we prioritize that much. So we put a 0.75 weightage, and you rate all of these mechanisms on a scale of 1 to 3. And whichever one has a higher score that you get by multiplying your number you put for the category, that mechanism's ranking against the weightage, you get some point value, and you add up all of the point values of this column, and then you get your final total score. And as you can see here, for this challenge, the tank drive is the best drivetrain to use. So that's actually the one I'm planning on using for this year's competition. Another tool teams like to use is Autodesk Inventor. Rhino is another software. SolidWorks. These are all essentially, they fall under the category of CAD modeling softwares. CAD, which stands for computer aided design. So the benefit of these tools is that we can actually design our robots in 3D space and not have to spend any money on actually purchasing parts, or spend a lot of time like meddling around in like very small mechanisms. The good thing with these tools is that you can very quickly prototype rapidly and rapidly design these robots without spending any money or even spending a lot of time, as you can just copy and paste when you're working digitally, right? So if you're trying to build a whole robot, you can just build half the robot and mirror it over. So these tools are really beneficial for when you're trying to model a robot in 3D space. And also it helps with your design process. So just like this robot on the left side, actually, this robot we used in our competition just last month, I would say, we used this in a competition. So it's really interesting how we can use tools to benefit our design process. One other thing that we do matches is that we have an electronic system. So as you can see right here, we have our V5 brain in the middle, and there's motors, there's sensors, which is the bottom left, there's controllers, which is the top right or top left, and then there's the battery, which is the bottom right. And all of these electronics have to be interfaced and used correctly if you want to optimize your robot for the maximum performance. So there's even the understanding of electrical systems as well. And not to get too in depth with electrical systems, but this is just a brief overview of some of the sensors that you might use in the platform. So there's the sonar sensor, which is the top right, the potentiometer, which is to measure rotation, which is the bottom left. The middle bottom is the gyroscope, which is used to measure turning. The bottom right is a limit switch, which is like a button. And then the top left is a view of the vision sensor in the coding studio that we'll show a little bit more of. But the nice thing about this is that you're actually able to use sensors that may not be necessarily industrial grade, but they do the exact same functions as industrial grade sensors, in that you're still able to get like the implementation is exactly the same. So if you're ever going into a job interview in the future for like a mechatronics program, right? And they ask, what sensors would you use to determine like what angle a plane is flying at, for example, right? You can use your gyroscope, and you can be like, we can use the gyroscope to measure the rotation on this axis, right? So using those tools, we can then put them on our robot, and then we can use a coding software to actually utilize the sensor readings off of these sensors to make our robot smart. So for example, right here, this is a screenshot of the Vex Coding Studio, which is a software that we use to code all the robots. The specific language is C++, but the IDE, which is essentially the environment in which you're actually programming the application, is called Vex Coding Studio. It also goes by the name Vex Code Pro V5. But in the community, we just call it Vex Coding Studio. And the nice thing about this is that we're able to make our robot move exactly the amount we want it without having to rely on units such as like time, for example. So we can tell it to move exactly like 90 degrees. And that way we're able to make a lot more precise autonomous, which is important when, if you remember the video that we just watched, in which it said there's a 15-second autonomous period in the beginning of the match. That autonomous period is very important because that kind of make or breaks which team will win the match or which team will lose the match in a lot of cases, for example. So having good programming is essential, and there's a whole like there's so much depth into what programming techniques and software skills you can develop in this program. Even I have not explored it fully, but one unique thing that we have right here is a lot of teams use something called a PID control system, which is also found in the real world. Pretty much like any system in the real world that uses a motor, it'll be running a PID control system loop. So essentially what a PID control system loop is that PID stands for proportional integral derivative. And it's essentially, you can think of it almost like a feedback loop that takes into account the position of a motor, and then it's able to change the speed of the motor real time such that it will land perfectly on a certain like value for rotation, for example. So let's say you have a car, right? Like an autonomous self-driving car that needs to stop, that needs to go forward and then stop in 20 feet, right? In like 20 feet. So what some teams would do is they'll have like a while loop where it'll be like, oh, the logic would be like, okay, while my position is less than 20 feet, I'm going to drive forward at 100% speed, right? So you're driving forward, and then suddenly your position is now 20 feet. So then it exits that while loop, right? But the issue is you've been driving forward at your maximum velocity for some amount of time, and your car is obviously heavy, right? It has some inertia and momentum. So when you let go of your power and you start, when you reach your 20 feet and you stop applying power to the motors to actually spin forward, you're actually going to overshoot your 20-foot target because you have the momentum and inertia driving you forwards. So the way like all these like autonomous car manufacturing companies get around this is that they run PID control system loops, which essentially takes into account like, okay, right now, if a car is driving forward, it'll be like, okay, I am 5 feet at 5 feet and I'm 15 feet away from my target. So then I'll slowly start reducing the speed as you reach your target until you land perfectly on it. So that way we're able to have a lot more accuracy in the programs that we develop. So PID is a very complicated concept, and they teach it in like university and college. So it's really interesting that we're able to get an experience into using that in this system right here. So to tell you a little bit about Dublin Robotics now, the kind of backstory behind this company is that I was competing with myself and my friend in 6th grade in robotics competitions, and we just had our own team that we registered. It was just me and her, and we were the one robotics team in our organization. And we would go to these competitions, and because of, I think, my passion and her passion, and we genuinely like were very interested in robotics and had a lot of skills at a young age, we were able to place very high in these competitions. So we would be winning the excellence award. We'd be placing very in like the top 3 teams consistently. And we would get a lot of people that would approach us and be like, you guys are very skilled and we'd love to learn what you guys are doing. How can we implement better practices into our robots? And like the robotics competitions, they're not necessarily, robotics is a very like deep and nuanced concept field as a whole. So it's not necessarily the easiest thing to get a grasp of and compete in. So we recognized a need for robotics education in the local Bay Area, right? Which is where we're located. And recognizing that need, we were able to determine, okay, there's a need for a company that actually teaches people about robotics education, which is how we started the company. So we founded Dublin Robotics Club in 2016 with the goal of providing robotics education for K-12 students here in the Bay Area. This is our logo on the right-hand side. And since then we've grown tremendously, and I think it's representative of the real need for robotics education and where the world is going in the future. We started with 10 students, and now we have taught over 250 students in our VEX robotics program to this day. So through our past 5 years, we've taught over 250 students, and we have grown our facility from starting with, I think, maybe like 1,000 square foot facility to now a 4,000 square foot facility. And we're even looking into, right now we're looking into expanding farther into the Bay Area and reaching into that market, not just in Dublin, California, but now 40 minutes away, there's a city called Fremont, and we're looking into expanding into there as well. So we recognize the real need, and that's a pain point in the industry that we've found, and we're catering to that need. So you can see here, we have a bunch of our competition teams. The picture of our facility is seen, and you can see all the teams. Everyone's working, they're learning how to code, they're driving robots, they're building, and it's very hands-on is our approach to education right here. Additionally, we have run 27 robotics summer programs, summer camps over the past, I think 4 years now. And these programs are for K to 8th graders. So aiming for elementary and middle school students, we've been running the camps for 9 weeks during the summer season, and we've been doing it consistently for previous years as well. So the whole goal of these programs is to kind of be a very simple introduction to VEX robotics and robotics as a whole for kids who maybe have not been experienced with robotic systems in the past, or are not sure if they're really passionate about this before. It's a really good way for them to just get a jump start and see, what there is what we offer and what there is to explore. And we are using the VEX IQ platform for these, which is the plastic robots. So if you look on the previous slide, you see a lot of metal robots. This is for our middle school and high school students, which is 7th grade to 12th grade. As you can see, these robots are a lot more industrial and they're made out of metal, versus these ones are made out of plastic, which is the VEX IQ program. And these are for the younger kids that we teach in our program. So that way they're also able to learn at a fast pace and not get stuck. It's very difficult to screw all the bolts in and everything for younger kids as well. So that's kind of the structure we've had set up for our summer camps. And we've also run over 18 robotics tournaments for teams in the Bay Area and even outside the Bay Area, actually. But we've had over 350 teams attend our tournaments in the past. I think we've been running tournaments for the past 3 years now. So these photos are actually from our flagship event called the Pacific Open Championship that we had just this year. It was a really exciting tournament. It was the first tournament that we ran after COVID. That was a really large scale tournament with in-person teams. So we wanted to run it at a really high scale and quality. So we worked with actually a company called AI, which is a local LiDAR sensor company here in Dublin, California. And we actually partnered with them to run this event at such a high caliber. So we were able to get actual industry companies to come to our tournament and actually speak. And we had the chief scientist from this company actually come and give a lecture. And AI is actually a $2 billion company. So it's not just like a small startup or anything that just came, right? These are real big companies that recognize the need for robotics education, and they recognize the skill of all the students in these competitions. That so much so that they're sending their chief scientists and all these higher up individuals in the company to come and attend this competition and actually volunteer for the day, which is such a big honor for us. And it was really satisfying for both the students and on the company's end as well to get to be a part of such an event. So this is a Pacific Open Championship. As you can see, there's a bunch of photos from the tournament. And we're planning on running this for the next couple of years as well, but it's a very big field pretty much. And this is actually a video I can show very quickly of one of the tournaments that we ran in our facility. And hopefully you can get an idea of the kind of space that we're operating in as well. So let me play this. So this is the competition that we ran on October 10th, actually. And this is a in-person tournament that we ran. It wasn't as big of a scale tournament. I think there was only 16 teams that attended, but it was the proof of concept that we can actually run these tournaments safely during the pandemic. And we ran several others after that as well. But running this event was a very big step forward during the pandemic. And it was proof that there was even an interest to pursue robotics education even during a pandemic, like a global pandemic where, schools are being shut down. People are still passionate about robotics and they want to actually interact with the content as well. So stop this. Yeah. Okay. So that is the aspect of the robotics competitions, and robotics competitions, us hosting these competitions, we're hosting them with the intent of bettering the community in the Bay Area, and also from, teams out of state, if they want to come and participate in our events, we're happy to host them and let them participate as well. The whole approach is we want to also give back to the community by hosting these tournaments, and give other teams also the opportunity to come compete and run these tournaments at a very high quality. And we found that all the teams that participate in our tournaments are really happy about the scale and the quality of the tournaments that we run. So it's a really big honor for us. Something I wanted to shift into a little bit here is another one of our programs that we're running at Dublin Robotics. It's the Patent Inventor program. So pretty much what we're teaching is we're teaching students how to actually patent their own ideas and their own solutions to problems in the real world. So these are 3 patents that we filed in the last, I'd say, 1.5 to 2 years. And we've had teams of 15, and 5 students. I've been a mentor role on 2 of them, and I've worked specifically very technical in depth on one of them as well, the RMAV one. And these patents pretty much are actual patents that have been filed with the United States, patent system, so the USPTO. And it's a pretty big achievement for high school students and even middle school students actually to go and file patents with the government. This is pretty much an unheard of program, but we've kind of spearheaded this operation here. And to give a little bit of insight into the 3 patents. So this one here is called Edith. It's essentially, it is a intelligent trash sorting mechanism. So the way it works is that it's able to detect when a person puts a piece of waste in a trash can, such as like a plastic water bottle, for example, it's able to detect it's a plastic water bottle, and then it is then able to sort it into the recycling bin versus if it was like a food item, it would put it in the compost bin or the trash bin, right? So this team identified a core issue with the recycling and environmental. They wanted to focus on an environmental issue that's happening here in California, and I mean, really in the whole world, right? We're not recycling as much as we should as a civilization. So they identified this problem, and they actually designed a patent to help solve this issue. And then they filed it with the USPTO. So this is a really unique patent, and it's pretty impressive that a group of, I think, this one was mostly high schoolers, but it's pretty impressive that this group of students were able to file their own patent. Another patent that we have filed through our organization is the Falcon patent, which is essentially a network of sensors and it's a network of sensors that is used to communicate on a large scale, like statewide scale, to basically detect when there's a fire. So not just detect the fire, but also figure out a way to put out the fire by routing water into the places that it needs to from the mountains, which is where all the water sources are at in California, right? So this patent was designed with the intent of the group identified the problem of fire spreading through California a lot. And I don't know if you are aware, but just almost a year ago, a little less than a year ago, actually, we had a giant wildfire season in California. It was so bad, like the sun was not, it was like you could barely see the sun. It was very cloudy. You couldn't go outside without like wearing a mask, or like your health would be compromised. And people who have like trouble breathing, they couldn't go outside, right? So it's a very big issue, especially in California. And this team of a lot of middle schoolers, actually, middle school students, worked with our professors here and our mentors here to develop this patent and file this with the USPTO. The final and third patent that we filed to date is RMAV, and this patent aims to solve the issue of how we can treat patients better in hospitals, during the pandemic. So RMAVI stands for robotic medical assistant vehicle and interface. And this patent pretty much does the day-to-day workings of a medical assistant. And we identified this problem because during the pandemic, we obviously want to minimize human-to-human interaction, right? So when we go to a hospital and we have to interact with so many people in an environment that, where you don't know if the people are coming in are COVID positive or COVID negative, you want to not only be able to keep them protected and sealed, but you also want to keep our medical healthcare workers safe, right? So the way this patent works is that it's a robotic medical wheelchair where the user steps into the wheelchair, and then there's a series of sensors that do basic measurements and data collection, such as blood pressure, weight, EKG, and all of these stats that doctors need to have input into their system that typically a medical assistant would use, or typically a medical assistant would do, right? So this patent was trying to help address that issue in human-to-human interaction in the healthcare space during the pandemic. So it's really interesting how our students are able to come up with these patents and actually solve these real-world challenges and file them in the real world through the USPTO, right? One other thing I just wanted to briefly discuss was the book that I published that was mentioned a little bit earlier. So this is one of my efforts to actually give back to the community as well. I wrote a book called Intro to Vex Robotics, which is essentially a book that focuses on the Vex Robotics platform and how teams can enter the robotics competitions and actually compete on a very high level. So when I first started robotics, I actually knew pretty much not, going into it, I just had a very large interest for engineering and that passion for building stuff and building things hands-on, but I didn't necessarily have the technical skills to actually build these robots on such a high level, right? And compete and place, in the top 1% or the top 0.5% of teams globally. So the way that we actually, this problem I pretty much identified as, novice teams aren't able to compete at that high level, and the skill barrier in knowledge is so large, right? We founded an entire company to solve that issue of robotics education. And unfortunately, right now we're just locating in the Bay Area in California, right? But there's teams across the world in 40 different countries, sorry. And there's over 20,000 teams. And each year there's more and more and more teams, which means there's more and more novice teams that are entering the competition, right? So how can we make that experience of breaking into these competitions a lot more seamless, and how can we help these teams is what I was thinking when I was writing this book, pretty much. So I tried to kind of basically boil down all of the concepts and the struggles and everything that I know now into a very simple format that novice and rookie robotics teams can look at and actually hopefully understand and then implement that into their robots to perform on a higher level. So that's the reason that I published this book. It's on Amazon. It's published, and you can even purchase it now if you're interested. But that's the main idea of how can we help novice robotics teams get up to the level of professional pro veterans, right? So that's one of the biggest achievements I've done for helping out the community in terms of learning robotics as well. And the good thing about the book is that I'm actually able to help people not just on a local scale in the Bay Area, but internationally, right? So that I thought was pretty interesting as well. So I guess now what I wanted to talk about and kind of tie this back into what the RISE Foundation, the purpose of the RISE Foundation, how can we what does it mean? What does robotics mean for me? And what have I taken away from it? And what can the community as a whole take away from robotics education and robotics competitions and all of this? So when I first started competing in robotics competitions, I was I would say I was 4th or maybe 5th grade. And I was, characteristically wise, I was very shy. I would not be a vocal speaker, and I wouldn't go and I wouldn't just go and start a conversation with a stranger. And I think over the years, I've kind of broken away from that kind of habits, and I'm a lot more extrovert, and I go and communicate. I'm able to in a group setting, I'm the leader usually, right? I'm able to delegate, work with other people very efficiently, and that kind of aspect and growth. That's something that I didn't really realize happened until very recently when I was kind of reflecting on the experience myself. And I would say the reason for this shift from 2014 me to 2021 me is actually because of Vex Robotics and competing in these robotics competitions. So yes, I learned how to code in C++, Java. I learned how to use power tools like CNC mills, 3D printers, Dremel, hacksaws, all of these industrial tools. I'm able to use softwares to actually build robots in 3D space and design my own custom parts. I'm able to electrically wire systems up and solder and use circuit boards to take an idea in my head and turn it into a reality. I'm able to do all of these things, but I think the greater takeaway is like the soft skills that you get from participating in these competitions, like being able to communicate today, like come out and on stage and then speak with all of you to educate you guys about my experience. And then leadership, when you're working in group projects, and the older and older you get, the more group projects and group settings you're going to work in companies. It's all about communication and leadership and working together with the other people you're working with at this company or corporation, right? I think I've learned how to be a lot more responsible and a lot more driven, and I know my purpose in what I want to do in the next 5 years, which is to go into robotics, go study robotics engineering in college, pursue higher education, and then after that, take those skills and those knowledge and apply that in the industry, right? So a lot of these soft skills as well, you develop through competing in the competitions. For example, in these competitions, you have to work with another team to play against 2 other teams, right? So if you want to do that and you actually want to win the match, you have to work with your alliance to beat your opponents. And there's no way that one person can just come up and then win every single match, right? It's always a group effort, just like it is in the real world. So being able to socialize and form strategies and determine like, okay, what is the optimal play strategy for this match, and being able to like also work with your alliance, right? That requires an incredible amount of communication that you develop naturally over time. And especially if you have a passion for robotics, if you'll want to win these competitions. And when you want to win these competitions, you push yourselves to go and communicate with other people, and you push yourselves into new skills and develop, pretty much become a more well-rounded person as a whole. So I would say through this journey of, competing in robotics competitions, I myself have grown a lot, not just through the technical knowledge and skills I have, but also the soft skills I have, which I think is one of the greatest takeaways that any parent or child should want, right? And one thing is that, again, Vex Robotics is a worldwide endeavor. So there's teams across 40 countries participating in this competition. And, the need for robotics education is only going to increase and increase as the world becomes more automated, right? So you've already seen it right now, right? Like a lot of agriculture is being automated. A lot of manufacturing is being automated. And the need for robotics engineering, that need is going to only increase over time, right? So if you're a parent or if you're a student, you want to go in that direction of the future, right? Like even today, like so much data, and like even in the healthcare space, right? Like you use Python to analyze data in like spreadsheets and everything, right? So the world is only going to get more and more technologically advanced, and if you want to operate on that level and you want to have the skills that are needed to be successful in the future, I think robotics education is a must. And I see robotics centers like our Dublin Robotics being something that's going to be in like every city, in every state, in every country, and across the world, because it's going to almost turn into something like I think it's going to be like very similar to like almost like a gym membership, where it's like you go there to learn, and these STEM centers are going to start showing up across the world. And I think that's, in response to the real need for robotics education, because that's where the industry is going, and that's where the future is. So yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to share, my insights into robotics education and what I've done in the past. So yeah, thank you very much for listening. You can connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram, and my contact information is here as well. If you wanted to reach out after the seminar, I'm happy to answer any questions. But yeah, I think I was just going to open up to question and answers now.
I mean, firstly, Arya, wow, that's you've done so much, and especially the way you've talked about the whole robotics championships, how to pursue it, the skills you learned. I think you explained it very eloquently, and also shown that it's not just the technical, the electrical systems, the C++. You've shown the other soft skills that you've developed, and I can see that through you. It shines through you as you speak. So I'd say, well done, congratulations. Before we finish, we've got a few questions because so many people have been sending questions through. So
okay,
everyone's excited. So
yeah.
the first question we've got is, what is the next step for kids who go through your various programs? So if you just want to detail on that.
So pretty much our offering at Dublin Robotics is we have a number of programs. So we have a patent inventor program, which is obviously students working to write patents, which is a digital program that we have offering. So that way people can join via Zoom, and they don't necessarily have to go to our center, right? But if you're competing in our VEX robotics competitions or our robotics program, what they do is they go in person, they build their own robots, they work with a team of students to pretty much build their competition robot and compete against all the local teams, the national teams, the statewide teams, and the global teams, right? So after these students actually go through our program, we found that they go to like a lot of really high universities, really prestigious universities, and they also continue to pursue engineering, and they go down that path in the future. It's not just like some extracurricular that you're doing just for the sake of putting on your application so you can put it in college. These kids really are, I feel like there's a real change in the mindset and like the passion of kids that go through our program, and they pursue it going to higher education as well. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, that was great. And then the next one is, well, actually, there's two questions which are similar. Firstly, the minimum criteria for children to participate, and then also, are you thinking about doing grants available for children who may not be able to afford, or opportunities which may be different? For example, in California, it's there. In another state, it might be less. What do you think about
that? So in terms of the opportunities and like the minimum requirements to compete or to be a part of our program, we want robotics education to be inclusive for all. That's kind of our mission, and we don't want to exclude anyone from our program or anything based on any criteria. So what we're doing is we're trying to make robotics education as accessible as possible, and we're trying to let as many people join our teams as possible. We'll never cut anyone off from joining our program if they're interested. And in terms of the minimum requirements, the minimum age requirement is you want to be at least in kindergarten, and because there's a lot of technical, like you need to be operating on a certain level, and like you need to be able to do certain tasks, like put these robots together, or like be able to code and like drag and drop at a younger age. And then the shift between the plastic robots and the metal robots, we say the cutoff is usually 7th grade and upwards. We want them to participate in the metal competitions because if they start in the younger they start, the more knowledge they have pre-existing that carries over into the higher levels of competition. So when you want to compete in like the metal competitions, we found that teams that actually competed in the plastic VEX IQ program do a lot better. So I don't know if there's necessarily like a minimum requirement. There is in terms of age, I suppose. Kindergarten and upwards, you're able to kind of get a better understanding of the concepts and what's going on here. But yeah.
So you're saying, I mean, yeah, you're talking about the age. You didn't start very early, did you? You started when you were, was it 10 or 11 years old?
Yeah, I started when I was in 5th grade, specifically the VEX robotics competitions. I mean, if you have a passion, like even at a younger age, if you're interested in robotics, I think it's definitely something to check out. Like I didn't have a program like this when I was in like 1st and 2nd grade, because if I did, I know I would have joined. And it was definitely something that I would have been willing to do when I was younger. Yeah.
So like where would you say you got your inspiration from? Where did this stem for love for robotics stem from?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've been trying to reflect on that and determine that myself over the past few weeks. But I mean, I think well, my dad's a mechanical engineer, so growing up itself, I get to see like, okay, he's going and like designing like these like pipelines, right? And that kind of like just instinctively like that understanding of I guess building things is something that I've always been very aligned with. And even just you know at the youngest age, like I can remember like playing with like Thomas the Tank Engine toys and like Legos. Like that's like a very like rudimentary like entry into like pretty much what we're still doing in building these systems, right? So I don't know exactly where it came from. I'm thinking I've just always been very interested in building things hands-on and seeing and creating something out of nothing, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's wonderful. That's really good. So yeah, obviously you've been talking about this 40 different countries, this Specs Robotics program. Um, Obviously we've got a lot of UK people here. Could you tell
Yes.
us if you're planning on expanding out into the UK, or if there's any programs that we can send to all the kids here to start them off early?
Yeah. So I mean, right now we're still in the Bay Area, but
Yeah.
a global vision, a global Dublin Robotics Club, right? A global robotics education entity. That would be our mission for moving forward. That's what we want to do. Like if we can get the growth rate that we want to grow at, if we could get like one center every year, we still wouldn't have enough for even California, right? So that it's like the need for robotics education is a lot, and we recognize that our goal is to eventually one day be like a global education entity where we can educate people on like a large scale like that. Right now we're not in the UK, unfortunately, but what I would say is if you have students, if you're a parent and you have a child that's interested in robotics, or you think this would be a good fit for them, or if you're a student who's interested in pursuing this, yeah, I would probably talk with your schools potentially. And I think a lot of schools actually have robotics programs, at least around here. There's some robotics programs in schools, but I would see if you have any engineering teachers or any engineering professors, or I mean, you can even like start your own robotics club, right? Like the whole point of Vex Robotics is that it's supposed to be an entry into the sport and into the field, right? So they're trying to make it as affordable as possible, and they're trying to make it so anyone can join, regardless of any condition. So I would try to talk with your parents, see if they will get you a kit to just start out with. And if you find yourself really enjoying like playing around with the kit, you can eventually get more parts. Then you can get your friends involved. You can start your own team and you can start competing, right? Yeah.
No, I think that's great. I think it's just that starting point essentially, and then
Exactly. Yeah.
the rest will follow. Lastly, we've got a question from my mum who's just said, "How are you balancing robotics? You're traveling to these events. You've got your schoolwork. You've got your friends. You've got
Yeah.
all this social stuff. How do you
Right.
balance it all?"
Yeah. That's a good question. It's definitely it's a lot to manage, but I think it's a lot easier when you're very when it's not work, when you're doing stuff and it's a lot more
Yeah.
of like your personal enjoyment and your passion. You're able to do a lot more than you would think, right? Like, yeah, like if you have like 15, 14-hour work days, or even more than that, even 15-hour work days, right? Yeah, it's tiring, but you feel rewarded if you are doing it, and it's what you like to do, right? Like all this stuff that I've signed up and I'm doing, like even this like robotics competition in general, the reason we're doing it and this is because I'm really interested in it. And when you're passionate about something, it's pretty easy to commit yourself to doing a lot and managing all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then finally, what's the future looking like for you? What do you want to go into? What do you want to pursue? How do you want to
Yeah.
change the world?
So I'm currently a senior in high school, which means my applications for colleges are coming around shortly. So I'm currently in the short term getting all the college preparations ready, applying to college, and then, eventually going to college and pursuing pursuing robotics engineering as a degree. That would be my ideal number one choice. And if I could, do that, then I'll get the technical skills that I need on like even a higher level than what what I know right now and what I've been operating at. So that way I can, come out of college, pursuing, robotics engineering degree, and then afterwards I can actually use that to grow, the company onto a much larger scale than it even is right now, and maybe even design different patents and actually create products that we can market to companies across the world. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, yeah, I think that's all we have time for today. I think more people want to listen, but honestly, it's been a pleasure listening to you. I think I've learned a lot, and many of us who are watching have learned a lot as well. And I think we can be sure to see your name public again, hopefully soon. But thank you so much, Arya, for showing us what you're doing. And yeah, I wish you all the best for the future. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. Take care.
No worries.
Hi everyone, thank you for watching our second annual RISE 24-hour webinar. Please continue to donate on our Just Giving page. It's all going towards a great cause. So next we have Mr. Maria Jesu, who's going to be talking about rainwater harvesting. So Mr. Maria Jesu is a retired geologist. He was the Deputy Director in the Public Works Department and was in the Groundwater Division. He's a wonderful person who has a keen interest in the upliftment of the society. He's an active Rotarian and was the past president of the local Rotary Club and also the chairman of the local branch of the Indian Institute of Public Administration, the IIPA. And he spends his retired life actively working in society. Mr. Maria Jesu is always learning. He's a keen reader and has written a book called Sindane Vanil Siragadikum Paravegal, and is currently writing a book called Visimbin Tuli Varvin Oli, which is about local water bodies and the Tamiravarani River. He's also a loving grandfather of 4. He's my granddad, and he's very inspirational to me. I always see him reading or watching the news, and he strives to learn a new word from the dictionary every day. And he's just overall an amazing person. And I'm very excited to hear him talk about rainwater harvesting. So without any further ado, let's hear the talk.
Wonderful session on rainwater harvesting. Life is.
நீங்க அங்க ஸ்பீக்கர் ஆஃப் பண்ணி சொல்லுங்க. ஸ்பீக்கர் ஆஃப் பண்ணுங்க.
Good morning, all of you. Good morning, all of you. Good morning, friends. Good wishes to all of you. I am very happy to participate in the session, very important session and a very wonderful session on rainwater harvesting. Life is water and water is life. Water by itself is harmless, innocent entity gifted by nature. Water meets almost all requirements of man, animals, and plants, so that it is precious and called as blue gold of all resources. Water is the most common, and water is fundamental element for the very existence of life on earth. It is an essential commodity and not a commercial product. It is linked up with the origin, evolution, and undoubtedly the density of life. In nature, water is readily available in use in the form of liquid, solid, and as vapor state. There are a lot of verbs are coming to literature. First, lot of water has flown under the bridge. The second one is your statement holds no water. Third, water seeks its own level. Fourth, do not throw cold water on my proposition. In Tamil, Valluvar says, நீரிட்டமையாது உலகு யார் யாருக்கும் வாழ்ந்தமையாது ஒழுக்கு. Next, one important quotation that everyone like is regarding perseverance or effort. What is harder than rock and what is softer than water? Even then, hard rocks are hollowed out by soft water. Mode of occurrence and distribution. Water has attracted attention from different quarters, the researchers, agriculturists, governmental and non-governmental organizations. It covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface. And the total amount of water in the globe, world oceans occupy 93.96%, and groundwater 4.39%. Glaciers, lakes, and rivers occupy 1.65%, and the total amounts to 100. Other important thing is the physical properties of water. They are, first, electrical conductivity. You may think that water is a good conductor. It's not so. Water does not conduct electric current, but presence of salt make it a good conductor. Thermal conductivity. Water is lethargic as far as heat is concerned. Therefore, it absorbs heat slowly and loses it slowly. And radioactivity. Pure water does not possess radioactivity, but groundwater reveals some radioactivity. Density. Density of water is chosen as standard for comparison. The unit of density is that of distilled water at 4 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, that is 4 degrees Celsius, water molecules are close to one another. It is interesting to note that when water becomes ice, it becomes lighter than water and hence float in water. That is, the volume increases and the density decreases. Relative index. Water being a transparent medium, the rays of light undergo refraction while passing through it. The refractive index equals 1.33. Chemical property. It is also one of the important property. In the language of chemistry, water is an inert compound of hydrogen and oxygen. Basically, it can't affect any chemical action upon other substances. Excellent solvent property of water makes it important in life and plants and animals. pH, that is, hydrogen ion concentration, is called as pH value. The acidity of water is measured by the concentration of hydrogen ions and it is designated as pH. If the value is greater than 7, water is classified as alkaline. If less than 7, it is called as acidic. For potable water, the pH value should be below 6.5, between 6.5 and 8.5, or it must be around 7. Okay. Then some anomalous properties of water. Experiments have shown that hot water often appears to freeze faster than cold water. This has been recognized even as back as Aristotle in the 4th century before Christ. Aristo Mempo, a Tanzanian schoolboy, found that he could freeze ice cream faster than if warmed it first. This phenomenon is described as Mempo effect. Water dharma and Roman law. Water, a vital component of the earth, its biological systems functions according to unchanging physical laws. Roman jurists recognized that elements such as water and air, vital for the sustenance of all humans, are governed by immutable natural laws. Water Framework Directive of European Union declared during the year 2007 that water is not a commercial product like any other, but a heritage to be protected. Roman law suggests that for legal purpose, water has to be treated within a framework that is distinct from traditional civil law. Economics of water. Beginning from the second half of 20th century, water has attracted attention of the economists. It is gaining the status of strategic commodity. Okay. Then, how much water a person needs? It's a very important question. There are two type of that they have classified it in two ways. That is, Abraham hierarchy of needs. During the year 1947, between the year 1908 and 1970, he classified the need as for drinking purpose 10 liters, for cooking 20 liters, cleaning 50 liters, bath purpose 30 liters, washing 40 liters, closet and other things 70 liters. So total amounts to 20 liters as per Abraham hierarchy. Likewise, as per National Building Code, they have classified or they recommended for drinking purpose a man needs 5 liters of water, and for cooking purpose 10 liters of water, and for cleaning 25 liters, and for bath purpose 90 liters, and for washing 40 liters, and for closet 40. The total amounts to 10. So the difference is only 10 liters. We may take it as international standard, and to produce, the important thing is water needs for the preparation of raw. You would wonder, in the morning you would take a cup of tea. So for the preparation of a cup of tea, we need 27 liters of water. It's not for the tea plant and the transport other things. Total equals to 27 liters, and milk and other things. Likewise, a cup of coffee. To prepare 1 cup of coffee, we need 140 liters. That is the coffee plant and the transport and the milk. The coffee, the seed, and in the process of making it a powder, and it involves more amount of water. So that for tea 27 and for coffee 140 liters. You would wonder if you daily would eat banana. So 1 kilo to produce 1 kilogram of banana, we need 790 liters of water. Likewise, every house we would find coconut tree. So to produce 1 kilograms of coconut, 2 to 3 coconuts equals 2600 liters of water required. Likewise, to produce 1 egg from a chicken, we need 150 to 200 liters of water. So likewise, if you are going on, everything is connected with water. Without water, nothing is here. So one car, to produce one car, we need 5 lakhs liters. One silk saree, it needs 4,800 liters of water. So likewise, it is going on. So to prepare 1 kilogram of urea, we need 250 liters of water. So likewise, it is going on. And moreover, ethanol is, I think, the production of scent and other things, I think. But it needs 70,000 liters. Ethanol costs it more. For any material, whether food or mechanical product, water is needed. That's why developed countries are interested in the import of all agricultural produce. So here I want to mention one thing. Everyone know, February 14th, very interesting day, Lovers Day, World Lovers Day. So to celebrate, Europeans and other Americans, they celebrate it in a very encouraging manner. They import roses for that. So India and Kenya are the two countries come in the forefront in the export of roses. To produce, for the production of 1 kilogram of rose, we need 0.9 kilogram. That is 1.1 gram of rose needs 0.9 gram of water. So how much? 9 times. So we are exporting not roses. So the hidden thing is water. So that is called as virtue water trade. This germinated from Tony Allen of London, England. He is an economist. During the year 1950 around, he suggested the idea that something is hidden in production of any material. So he found out and he announced that, and he named it as virtue water trade. This term denotes the export of import of hidden water in the form of agricultural produce or mechanical product and livestock. Virtue water trade is the amount or quantity of water hidden, embedded in food and other products are needed for their production. I told 1 kilogram of rice to produce 2,500 liters of water needed, and to 1 kilogram of beef 15,000 liters, 1 kilogram of chicken 4,300 liters of water, 1 kilogram of chocolate 17,000 liters of water. So coming to this, what we found is water and water. Everything, every object you see, there is water, hidden or embedded in your dress materials or the food you eat, whatever. A car you travel, or a egg you take, or a cup of coffee you drink. Hereafter, I think, friends, you view anything you take or use, the hidden or the virtue thing of water, virtue water. And finally, I have to say that everyone uses daily A4 size paper. To produce that, we need 20 liters of water. Now, the important thing is we are moving to rainwater harvesting. Rainwater harvesting means to make optimum use of rainwater at the base. It falls by collecting and conserving. In terms of system design, these systems can be implemented without much thought. If you want to harvest rain, just to use it for domestic, then you need not think about the design. That is very important. A simple barrel or a synthetic tank will work for this situation. Deciding to install a complex system, we have to take into such as local rainfall, roof area, volume of water to be stored or collected, water demand, etc. Why water harvesting? To arrest groundwater decline or to augment water table, to enhance water quality, to improve water quality, and to recharge or to the groundwater aquifer. There are two ways of rainwater harvesting. Surface runoff harvesting and rooftop harvesting. Rooftop rainwater harvesting, it is simply catching rainfall where it falls, so that the roof becomes the catchment area and rainwater is collected from the roof for the house or building. If it can either stored in a tank or diverted to a artificial recharge system. This method is less expensive and very effective also. If implemented properly, helps in augmenting the groundwater level of the area. How much rainwater can be captured? It is very simple. Supposing your rooftop, that is your terrace area, equals 10 into 10 meters to 10 meters, that is, the area is 100 square meters. And then average rainfall, say 900 millimeter or 0.7 meters, 0.9 meters. And if we collect the rainfall of 900 mm for 1 year, the total amount collected equals 100 into 0.9 into 0.6. 0.6 is nothing but it's the loss. There will be loss. Particularly, I have to mention here, in a terrace, horizontal terrace, the loss will be more compared with the sloping, a tiled or any tin sheet. It will be less. So, we have taken this as 40% loss. So, 100 into 0.9 into 0.6, it's amount to 554,000. See how people are thinking that what is loss? It's nothing. Many a little make a mickle. Very, very important. So, simply for a terrace of 100 square meters, the annual collection equals 54,000. So, if you are having 1,000, what? 5 lakhs. Then, first flush, how to carry out or how to operate. The first rainwater carries dirt and a lot of filthy materials, bats, excreta and other dissolved air pollutants. So that the rain water should not be allowed to enter into the storage tank. Some filters have at first to be fixed and are flushed out. System should be arranged. Storage tank features. This overflow pipe close to the top, durable, number of leaks, opaque, no light, which cause algae growth. There will be sedimentation in the tank or remove the dirt periodically if it is above ground through pipes, if below ground manually. This is storage maintenance for overflow pipe, durable, no leakage should be watched or monitored. It must be opaque, that is no light should penetrate. If there is light, it will develop algae growth. So very careful in the collection of rainwater. Our idea is to conserve water. In Rajasthan, the rainfall is only just 200 mm. Very meager when compared to the India, and in Tamil Nadu our average is 900. In Tinnavelli, in my area, is only 750 mm. Rajasthan only 200. So their water is very precious to them. So they won't allow it to go waste it. They waste a single drop of water. They would collect even a small drizzling. So they sent it into the tank constructed below the ground, Pakka tank, the concrete. So all the rainwater would be collected there and further usage, domestic and taking purpose. So they have to spend a lot of money towards that. To construct, I am to say the expenditure towards. For it varies between 2 rupees to 20 rupees for a liter of water. That is. So this was very strange there. If the syntax tank is limited. If you are going for a concrete structure, it costs there. Further at the last, like recharge trench, it costs lakhs of rupees. However, water is to be harnessed or to be conserved. So we must conserve water, honor water. We must conserve water, honor water. We must protect water. We must respect water. And finally, be thankful for the water.
Thank you so much, Tata, for that very insightful talk. I know that in our house in India, we have a rainwater harvesting tank, and whenever the water quality is bad, we always have a water store for drinking and cooking and showering. So it was interesting to know the science behind that tank. So now we'll ask some questions. So we have one question, 2 questions actually. How can we encourage kids to do rainwater harvesting?
A nice question. First, must teach the kids in our home. That is, in certain tap, if it is loose, some tripping of water would occur. Okay, so every drop is very precious. So we must advise them to stop. Then during bath, we should not waste. The wasted water collected will be utilized in other area. Okay, so what the word economy of water, economic use of water, or frugality. Frugality should be adopted in the usage of water. Sikanam. Yes. Frugality, right? Am I right? Or economic use. And we should not waste any water on for any other, only for the purpose we must use. For drinking or whatever, bathing or washing, even for teeth. While we wash our teeth, certain persons, they open the tap and brushing. So we waste water. To brush, we need just, I think, half liter enough, I think. But somebody waste copious water, 3 to 4 liters. In bathing purpose, it is 100 to 200 liters. So we must be very, what, okay.
Yeah. And if you're okay, we have one more question. So which areas are favorable for harvesting waters?
Nowadays, the demand for water is in the increasing order because certain countries, European countries, the government supplies copious water, but other foreign countries, so here the water supplied by the municipality or the corporations were limited. Here per capita requirement is, as I already mentioned in my talk, that we need at least 220 liters, but we are getting only 100 to 130 liters only. So our demand is more and our requirement is more, but the supply is very less. So to balance it, to adjust it, we need to harvest water. It is first necessity. Okay. Moreover, in quality sense, the rainwater is very pure, already pure. Okay. It is very pure. So the water harvested is very precious. Bottled water cost 20 rupees, I think, 1 liter. Okay. But this water is more than that. So not only that, the expenditure is very limited. Already told, the one syntax tank is enough to collect water. Okay. Next, another thing is, for garden purpose, we must store water, and whenever we need, we can pump out the water. Okay. Next usage. And okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And we have one last question. So some people say that countries will go into war over water. Is that true?
Nice question. Because WWW, that is your latest, but WOW, war on water, that is the final thing. Because every country in every places there is quarrel between in sharing of, particularly sharing of river water. For example, Nile River, it is flowing through 8 countries. So Libya and Sudan, Ethiopia and Egypt likewise. So on its way route, the countries sharing in the sharing of river water, there is problem still. Likewise in Mekong, that is country Vietnam, Thailand, in sharing of Mekong water. And Danube River, we know in Europe, it flows through nearly 10 countries, I think. But there is not the problem, it's no severe. And even in our area, in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, the problem is there, sharing of Kaveri water. Okay. Likewise, Brahmaputra River, it is flowing through other countries. Now China is trying to divert water from that Himalayan area. So like the problem here in future, the problem will be increased or it will reach a dangerous level or a cautious. And so sharing of water is a very critical problem. Okay. So this will lead to war on water. We cannot avoid. Other thing is the quality of water in the coastal area would be a alarming one because of over extraction of groundwater in the coastal area. So the people in the coastal area would come from the. Another thing is because of global warming, the seawater would rise. So in the coastal area, they would come in the inland, continental. Right? So there will be some conflicts in the possession of land and other things. And another thing, no. Okay, global warming, groundwater extraction, and demand. Increasing population, another thing. Increasing population is the main point. Okay, because we anticipate that the population would be 2050 will be 900 crores. So increasing population and the demand for water leads to water, war on water. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So finally, I am to touch one point. That is, please conserve water, honor water, protect water, respect water, and be thankful for the water. Okay. Yes.
Thank you
That
so
I.
much, Tata, for your time. Thank you for waking up so early to speak to us all the way from India. It was very insightful and very interesting topic. So our next speaker is Dr. Anita, and she's a diabetologist, and she also works as a lifestyle coach. She picked up an interest in food science and fitness after looking for weight loss options. After developing an interest in these, she has been doing it professionally for the last 2 to 3 years. She loves playing many sports-related activities such as cycling, running marathons, and is also a classical dancer, which she does as a hobby with her daughter. So without further ado, we'll hand it over to you, Dr. Anita.
Thank you for that lovely introduction, Sheena and Shweta. Am I audible? Okay. First of all, good day to all of you. I think that will be the best way to greet everyone because we are all watching this webinar from various time zones across the globe. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate the entire team for this great work you guys are doing. And I thank Dr. Hema for making me a part of this webinar and do my little contribution to this. So without wasting much time, I would like to just go into my presentation. I'll share my screen now. Okay. So today's topic is science and the Indian kitchen. I know as soon as many of you just looked into this title, this question must be ringing in your minds. We've been cooking for all these years and we are absolutely fine with whatever we are doing. Now, what is the necessity to understand the science behind cooking techniques or the gadgets that we use in our kitchen? So if you think the answer to this question is it is not essential, then this session is for you. The next 45 to 50-minute session will try to convince you that understanding science behind the small cooking techniques that we use on a daily basis will definitely improve the culinary outcome of your cooking as well as the nutritional outcome of your cooking. So that is the entire intention of this talk. So we'll start from here. It is not like someone suddenly coming up in 2021 and saying, we have analyzed food science and we are here to give you the science behind cooking techniques. I should say our grandmothers and great-grandmothers were great scientists and they in fact understood science even better than us. Maybe they did not know what exactly the absorption rate was, what starch gelatinization was, but they knew how much of water was needed to cook rice. That was the amount of precision they had, but they have never written down what they knew. That might be because for ages, this job has been, especially in this part of the world, the job has been assigned to women of the family. And until 2 or 3 decades back, women did not have access to education and they were not able to write down whatever they knew. So most of the culinary wisdom in this part of the world has been transmitted across generations only as tacit wisdom, and we have never known the reason behind whatever we have been doing. So we will start this entire session with this very basic question: how do people learn to cook? So I think most of your answers must be the same. But before we go into the answer for this question, I would just like to start off with a little bit of history, because our culture, or this part of the world, is a place where for ages, food was something meant to be given to somebody and never sold. So food was always for giving and never selling. That is why when you read some medieval literature, you will always come across taverns, inns, and people where people used to get together, and there was a concept of community eating. But you will never find something like that in Indian literature, whether it is South Indian literature or North Indian literature. You never have a place where people got together, and this entire concept of restaurants and community eating slowly came into our culture only when the Mughals and the British came in. So we still have a minority of people who professionally learn to cook in a catering school, but always whatever learned is in a catering school is only for cooking on an industrial scale. And we were like, those techniques were never adapted in the home kitchens, because in a catering school, the priority was always for the shelf life of the food that was cooked and the consistency in the taste, whereas in a home cooking, the priority always is the nutritional part, and we have already always looked at food through the lens of nutrition, and that has been the tradition of Indian cooking. But I should say most of us, like people in my age, would have learned cooking from their mothers or grandmothers. But recently, I should say from mid-90s, the internet took over. And now when we want to learn cooking, or when you want to try a new recipe, it is the YouTube that comes to your rescue. YouTube takes the first place, I should say. And most of the present generation people try to learn cooking only through the internet. So now what is the problem with this internet-based learning? You have absolutely fine recipes on the internet, but this recipe-centric cooking, which we try to learn from the internet, is mostly untested. The recipes are mostly untested, and you always have some authenticity bias to the recipes whenever you look for recipes on the net. And then the whole lot of nutrition pseudoscience that prevails. We all came across this during days of COVID. The prices of turmeric was just skyrocketing, not because people were using turmeric to cook. They were literally throwing turmeric into water and drinking turmeric water on a daily basis. So such is the prevalence of pseudoscience. And at least to differentiate the knowledge that is available, which is true, which is not true, you need to understand the science behind certain basic techniques that we use in cooking. Now, I'll just try to give you a small example. Just look into this recipe. This is a recipe of dal makhani, and when you search the net for a dal makhani recipe, probably this must be the second or third result that you get. And look into point number 8 and point number 9. This recipe is perfectly fine. And if you're going to cook a dal makhani as per this recipe, your outcome also will be good. But just to explain how science is important, look at point number 8 and point number 9. You have to boil for 15 minutes or more till the dal absorbs flavor. And then to get a creamy texture, you will be adding 2 tablespoons of fresh cream. So this is where your science comes to your rescue. How long you boil, whether it is 15 minutes or 30 minutes, we should understand that the dal will not absorb any flavor. Whatever spices or flavoring agents you are adding while you cook, nothing gets into the meat or the veggie that you are cooking, and it is only the salt which seeps inside, and all the other flavors just come from the surface. But while you are eating, because you are gnashing with your teeth, you just get the feel that the flavors come from inside. But all the flavor molecules are too large so that they cannot penetrate inside the meat or the veggies. And it's only the salt that actually goes inside. That is point number 1. And point number 2, to get a creamy texture, you have to add 2 tablespoons of fresh cream. This is totally not at all essential, because as far as dal makhani is concerned, the creamy texture comes from the natural consistency of the urad dal that you are using. Urad dal has a special feature that the longer you cook, the more creamier it becomes. And actually, the Punjabi grandmothers used to leave urad dal on a tandoor The night before they were preparing dal makhani, and then the next day morning they got a perfectly creamy texture. So the name dal makhani itself doesn't refer to the makhan or the butter that you are adding, but it comes from the makhani nature of the urad dal that is used for preparing the dish. So what is wrong if we just follow this recipe? Down the lane, maybe 20, 30 years down the lane, somebody might get this wrong. They may assume that if you cook something for 15 minutes or more, the flavors will get in, and then you can get a creamy texture only by adding fresh cream. So this is the way you get misguided when you just blindly follow recipes on the net. So this was just an example. And now we will actually go to the presentation part. We will look into science of cooking techniques and the science processes. That will be the first part of the presentation. So it's gadgets everywhere. This is an era of gadgets, and kitchen is no exception. We almost get to add one gadget in our kitchen every year. You have something new coming in every 6 months, and then you get to add that in your kitchen. So understanding the science behind the gadgets we use on a daily basis and understanding the science behind the techniques will really help you in improving the outcome of your cooking. Now, will you accept if I'm going to tell that cooking can be equated to heating? Yes, you can do so, because what you are trying to do when you cook food is, it is just a transfer of energy in the form of heat to change the physical structure of carbohydrates, fats, and proteins so that you make it easily digestible by the human system. And the second most important thing is you are trying to kill the microbes which are present in the raw food. So why is the temperature so important? In the lighter sense, at 29 degrees centigrade, Chennai will officially declare winter, and you guys there out in UK will be celebrating your summer at 29 degrees centigrade. So such is the importance of temperature. It is not important only for humans. It is important for the food you cook too. So we will be looking into how temperature is really important. So cooking is nothing but heating, but what makes the difference in the outcome is how much of heat you apply, how long you apply, and then what is the source of heat that you are applying. So you can broadly classify all the cooking techniques on earth basically into two broad categories. One is moist cooking and the other is dry cooking. Anything that has water as a component comes under moist cooking, and then anything done without water is dry cooking. The name itself indicates that. So again, even in moist cooking, you have different varieties of moist cooking, but basically because water is a part of the cooking techniques, we all know that the boiling point of water is 100. And so any moist cooking technique, the temperature has to be less than 100 degrees centigrade. That is the basic concept we need to understand. And any dry cooking happens only when even the surface moisture in the meat or the veggie gets evaporated. So the temperature definitely has to be more than 100 degrees centigrade. This is with regard to temperature. So now we have classified it into moist and dry. Why do you have so many varieties of moist cooking? You have simmering, boiling, steaming, pressure cooking, and then even in dry cooking, you have so many varieties: sauteing, roasting, baking, broiling. So the temperature range in each of these cooking techniques also differs slightly from each other. And literally in frying and all, you will be using a fat medium, any oil, and the temperature range will be somewhere around 170 to 190 degrees centigrade. So this understanding of temperature will help you in choosing what oils you can use for frying, because the smoke point of that particular oil you are using has to be somewhere in the range of 170 to 190 for that oil to be used for a frying. So why is understanding heat important? Now coming to boiling versus steaming, both are moist cooking techniques. When you boil some veggie, what happens is some amount of nutrients will definitely leach into the water that you are using, whereas that doesn't happen in steaming. So the rationale will be, when you are planning to do something as a dry preparation, something like a poriyal in the Tamil culture, then steaming of the veggies might be a better option so that you try to retain most of the nutrients that are present in the veggies. Whereas when you are planning to do something like a gravy, then boiling must be good because you will be using the water that you are using to boil the veggies, so that you will not be losing on the nutrients that have leached into the water. So that is the small differences, how they help you, and understanding the differences may help you in giving an output which is nutritionally better. Now, coming to meat and fish, see, veggies, meat, fish, all these respond in a different way when heat is applied to them. Actually, veggies become softer when heat is applied, whereas meat and fish, they react exactly the opposite way. When too much of heat is applied to meat and fish, they in fact become too rubbery and chewy. And the reason for this, we will be looking into the reason in the later part of this presentation. When it comes to onion and garlic, two important things that are part of most of the recipes in the Indian cuisine, they have a very toxic flavor, and applying heat to these two actually mutes their flavor to some extent. Whereas it's just the opposite with tomatoes. The more heat you apply, the flavor of the tomatoes improves to a greater extent. When it comes to green leafy vegetables, applying heat for a longer time may even make them bitter. So these are the small things to make us understand how much understanding heat is important to cooking. So moving on to the common appliances that we use in our kitchens, the pressure cookers, microwave ovens, OTG, and the induction stove. We will first look into the pressure cookers, which most of us use on almost a daily basis. So we have already seen that any moist cooking technique, the temperature has to be below 100 degrees centigrade. But is there a place where you can do a moist cooking above 100 degrees centigrade? Yes, definitely you can. The only place you can do it is in a pressure cooker. We need to understand that when we say that boiling point of water is 100 degrees centigrade, what we convey is at sea level, water boils at 100 degrees centigrade. But this depends on the pressure exerted by the surrounding air. So if only you can increase the pressure that is exerted by the air which is surrounding the water, then that will make the water difficult for the water molecules to disintegrate and just float away as vapor. This is the concept in a pressure cooker. You try to increase the pressure within the chamber, thereby you increase the boiling point of water to around 121 degrees centigrade, and actually the cooking inside a cooker happens at a temperature of 121 degrees centigrade. That is why increasing the temperature to a higher range brings down the time required for cooking almost by 30 to 40%. So this is the entire concept behind pressure cooking. But what if we don't get the science right? See, all of us generally measure the time used for cooking by counting the number of whistles. Actually, this is not the correct way of cooking or making use of a pressure cooker, because the number of whistles or the time taken for the number of whistles, if you count the whistles, may vary according to the source of heat. For example, now all of us use an induction stove, and in an induction stove at almost 2000 watts, it will bring the water to boil in almost half the time it takes on a regular flame. So you will get the whistles more quickly. And then if you count the whistles, you can undercook the food which you are cooking. So this is the problem if you don't understand the science properly. So the scientific way would be to calculate the time elapsed from the maximum pressure reached. So once the maximum pressure is reached and you get the first whistle, that is the time when your clock starts ticking. You can just simmer the stove and have a rough estimate of how long that particular raw material you are cooking takes to cook. So this chart will give you a rough estimate of how long veggies and dal we commonly cook in a pressure cooker take to cook from the time the maximum pressure is reached. So when you are planning to cook 2-3 veggies together, the scientific way will be to put vegetables which take almost the similar time range to cook together. Otherwise, what will happen is you will land up overcooking some of the veggies and then undercooking some of the veggies. Thereby, when you overcook, you will tend to lose some of the nutrients in those veggies. So that is the importance of understanding the science behind pressure cookers. Now, moving on to microwaves, there is a lot of controversy around using microwaves, and we still have some reluctance in using microwaves because we really don't know if these radiations are hazardous. But to understand microwaves better, these are electromagnetic waves which are closer in frequency range to visible light and radio waves, and they are very far away from X-rays and gamma rays, which are actually harmful. So you need not worry about the health aspect of using a microwave oven. Actually, what happens in a microwave oven is there is a magnetron which generates microwaves, and then you have waves coming in from various directions. And then you have a bowl which is placed inside with the food you want to cook. We all know that we add a minimal quantity of water to whatever we cook in the microwave. And naturally, any vegetable or meat will have some moisture content within itself. So what happens is these microwaves do not only strike the surface of the food which is kept inside, they actually penetrate the food and they reach the water molecules which are present within the food as well as the water you have put inside the bowl. And what actually happens is the positive hydrogen end and the negative oxygen end in the water tries to realign itself in the direction of the waves. Since you have waves coming in from all directions, there will be constant flipping of the water molecules, and it is the movement of these atoms which generates heat, and it is this heat which is used to cook the food which is kept inside. So that is why a microwave can heat a glass of water in just 10 seconds, which will definitely take a longer time on a stove top. So how can you use this science for your advantage? See, when the time consumed is less, what actually happens is we all know some of the nutrients, for example, vitamin C and nutrients, many more nutrients like vitamin C, break down when you apply heat. So when you are using a microwave, because the time used for cooking is less, you can preserve a lot of these nutrients when you cook them in a microwave oven. So this is how understanding the science will help you. Now moving on to OTG ovens and induction stoves. In an OTG oven, the oven actually uses the heated air which is present inside the chamber to transfer the heat to whatever is kept inside the chamber. So this actually happens by convection. Now I'm just taking you back to your school days, higher secondary days, when we learned about convection, conduction and all these things. And we are actually using all that in our kitchens on a day-to-day basis. Maybe we haven't given it a thought so far. So in an OTG oven, it is convection through which the air transfers the heat to the food which is kept inside, and then you can cook or roast food even up to temperatures like 200 degrees centigrade, because at 200 degrees centigrade, if you're trying to place something in a pan, it will get charred. But the transfer of heat through air occurs more slowly, so that even at 200 degrees centigrade, you will get a perfect browning of the food without using much oil. So this is more important when you are more considerate about the fat content of the food you cook. Now coming to induction stoves try to transfer the heat by conduction directly by contact with the vessel which is placed on the glass plate. That is how a induction stove works. So that also brings down the time of cooking. Now, moving on to some basic things about science of lentils, veggies, egg and meat. Coming to science of lentils, we all know that lentils are loaded with proteins. But the most important thing what we forget is lentils are not only rich in proteins, they are also rich in carbs. So whenever you are planning a balanced meal and you are trying to incorporate a lot of lentils into your food, please keep in mind that lentils not only have proteins, they also do have a large amount of carbs, so that you don't exceed the carbohydrate intake of that meal. But what is to our advantage in lentils is some lentils like rajma or the kidney beans have carbs which cannot be digested by the human system. Hard to digest carbs like raffinose, tachyose, these are present in lentils like rajma. So these carbs in turn become food for the gut bacteria. Though we cannot digest them, they become food for the gut bacteria. So one more hidden benefit of taking lentils like rajma is they encourage the growth of a diverse colony of gut bacteria, thereby helping you to maintain a very healthy colonial growth in your guts. That was about lentils. Moving on to science of veggies. See, not only animals and humans have defense mechanisms, plants also do have their own set of defense mechanisms. And all the flavors that you get in veggies are a function of how strong the plant's defense mechanism is. So if the plant is the understanding is if the plant is exposed to more pests, then the flavor is more. That is why non-organic produce, which is grown in a pest-free and sterile environment, tends to be lacking in flavors, whereas organic veggies have a lot of flavor in them. So this is the science behind why organic veggies have a lot of flavor in them. And one more thing that we need to understand is the cell wall of all vegetables is made of pectin, which is a super tough material. And contrary to our belief, it is vegetables that require a lot of heat to break this pectin. And in fact, meat requires a lower heat for them to get cooked. Coming to cooking of meat, you have to be very careful when you cook meat because the temperature range is very narrow. Below 55 degrees, the meat potentially harbors dangerous microbes and you can land up undercooking your food. Whereas above 65 to 70 degrees, you can land up overcooking your meat so that meat becomes too rubbery and chewy. So this is because in meat, the muscle fibers naturally have some moisture content within them. And the more heat you apply, these proteins try to tightly bind with each other, thereby squeezing the natural moisture which is present in between the muscle fibers. That is why if you put meat on a stove and then you forget for 5 or 10 minutes, the meat becomes rubbery and chewy because the moisture which is present inside also comes out and the meat loses its moisture content, thereby making it more rubbery and chewy. So it is a very tricky thing to keep meat very succulent and cook it within the correct temperature range. So you need to maintain a temperature of around 70 degrees for a longer duration. That will be the correct way to cook meat. So how does brining help? See, brining is nothing but putting meat in salt water. We all know that salt has the capacity to retain water content. That is why whenever we are dehydrated after exercise or after a jog, what do? We drink water with salt and sugar. The water is for just replacing the water that has been lost. The sugar is for instant energy. And the job of the salt that you are adding is to retain the water that you have consumed. The same thing happens in meat also. You just put meat in salt water for 15 to 20 minutes before you cook. The salt seeps inside the muscle fibers and it helps the muscle fibers to retain the moisture content for a longer duration. So even if you tend to slightly overcook meat above 70 degrees centigrade, it will still remain succulent for a longer time. So this is one small tip for cooking meat where science actually helps you. Now you might have this question, is it only with meat? Are all animal proteins the same? Yes, all animal proteins are same. So when it comes to paneer or egg also, the same thing happens. And anything more than moderate heat when applied to paneer will make it rubbery, and the same thing goes with eggs too. So almost halfway through our presentation, I think now all of you must be convinced that the kitchen is a laboratory and everything that happens there has to do with science. It's biology, chemistry, physics, all put together. I do agree that there's a little bit of history, there's a little bit of artistry, but what actually happens to food in the kitchen is nothing but pure science. And moving on to next part of our presentation, tacit wisdom. This is very important because, see, I will just give you an example of how our tacit wisdom works. One of my friends traveled to Italy just before the pandemic, and then she walked into a coffee shop in Italy and she ordered for a latte. What she was expecting was something like the one in the first picture, because that is the one you get when you order latte in an Indian coffee shop. But to her surprise, what she got was the one in the second picture, because in Italian, latte literally translates to milk. So this is how our tacit wisdom works. We just have an unstated understanding of what we are talking about. And if this tacit wisdom has to be preserved and just transmitted through generations, we need to rework this tacit wisdom with science. And that is the only way you can preserve your tacit wisdom. So this part of the presentation will tell you the science behind the tacit wisdom that we already possess. So when does actually cooking start? The moment you chop something for cooking, that is when your cooking actually starts. Because all living cells, whether it is veggies or meat, once you cause mechanical damage to them, a whole lot of enzymatic reactions gets kicked off, starting from oxidation. And then that is the time when your actual cooking starts. We all need to keep this in mind. We'll just try explaining it with an example. Take, for example, garlic. Garlic is something which has a very strong flavor, and the strong flavor of garlic comes from the sulfurous compounds which are present in the garlic. And when you are adding garlic as a whole garlic pot, you get a very mild flavor of the garlic. But then the more and more mechanical damage you cause, the flavor profile starts increasing. Chopped garlic gives you a medium flavor, a minced garlic, a slightly higher flavor. And then when you just make garlic into a paste, you get the insane flavor of garlic. So the more mechanical damage, the more sulfurous compounds are coming out from garlic, and it gives you more strong flavor. The same thing happens to onions also. See, onions are like the Ganesha squiggle, which most of the Indians make on the empty sheet of paper before starting anything, because onions are the starting point to a vast majority of dishes in the Indian cuisine. So understanding simple things about onions will help you a lot in improving the flavor profile of the dish which you make. Just look into the internal structure of the onion. Onions have cells which run along the bulb, and these are all long and large cells. So when you cut onions along the bulb, maybe they are less pungent, but when you cut them across the bulb, you tend to cause more mechanical damage and there is more pungency. And then fine mincing onions will give you actually the maximum pungency. What happens when you cut onions is, whenever you cause mechanical damage to the cells of the onion, a sulfur-based compound again, which is an aerosol called propanthiol oxide, comes out. And this propanthiol oxide is that which causes tears in your eyes too. So once you cause mechanical damage and this propanthiol oxide comes out, what happens is this enzymatic reaction just continues to happen at room temperature. So when you cut onions and then you leave them aside for half an hour or 45 minutes before cooking, what actually happens is the enzymatic reactions continue to happen. And then over a period of time, the onions lose its flavor. And in fact, sometimes they may even turn bitter. So this is where your tacit wisdom comes in. We all know that our grandmothers used to tell, whenever you cook a dish, you are supposed to get everything else ready, chop all the other vegetables that are needed for the dish, and then onions will be the last thing you cut. Now you get the science behind why this was told to you, because we always used to show faces when something is told to us. We always used to think even cutting veggies is not our priority. Then why should we cut this first and this last and all that? But if you get the science correctly, you will know that they were more scientific than us. So onions should be cut more close to the time when you start cooking. This is the take-home message in understanding the science behind onions. And then one more important thing about onions is they contain almost 89% of water, 9% of carbs, and a small amount of 1 to 2% of proteins, and very little essential nutrients. So why is it important to understand this? See, most of the Indian dishes start with sauteing onions, and this small step of sauteing onions can infuse so much of flavor to your dish without adding much calories. So instead of adding flavoring agents like butter, cream, ghee, all that, simply taking some 2 or 3 minutes more to saute onions will give your dish a more intense flavor. At the same time, it will not increase the total calorie value of the dish, because onions contribute very small number of calories to the dish, as they contain almost 89% of water. So one important thing about how onions, garlic, and asafoetida came into Indian cuisine is all these compounds, asafoetida, onions, garlic, all these have the same sulfurous compounds as those present in meat. So these were all considered as the counterpart of meat in vegetarian cooking. So it was popularized by the non-meat eating communities of India. That is how they came so much into Indian cooking. So that was just a little bit of information. And then moving on to the most important reaction which all of us need to understand, which is called the Maillard reaction. The L there is silent. What is this Maillard reaction? Anything that goes brown when you cook is Maillard reaction. So if this has to happen, the temperature has to be more than 110 degrees centigrade. So even the surface moisture has to get evaporated. So whenever you roast something on a tawa or a pan, this is what happens. The water evaporates, and once the water molecules walk away, there you have the sugars and amino acids coming together when the heat exceeds 110 degrees centigrade. And a combination of sugars and amino acids produces a variety of flavoring agents like pyrazines, pyrols, furanones. Each one has their own characteristic flavor, and there are numerous of these flavor producing agents which are produced when sugars and amino acids combine. So understanding this simple thing of how dry heat more than 110 degrees centigrade will improve the flavor profile of whatever you cook must be the biggest science tip for the Indian kitchen, because we all know that traditionally, whether it is the South Indian or the North Indian cuisine, our grandmothers used to dry roast all the ingredients. In fact, they used to dry roast chana dal, coriander, chilies, and even coconuts sometimes. They used to dry roast them and then make them into a paste. So this was the actual science behind dry roasting them. So our ancestors did not use a lot of fats and flavoring agents. Instead, they used science in the correct way to infuse flavor to whatever they were cooking. This is the exact science behind that tacit wisdom. Now, moving on to one more important thing, marination. This is something we all commonly do in our kitchens, whether it is meat or veggies, we do a marination. And what are all the components of the marinade that you prepare? You always add some acid, whether it is lime juice or yogurt, and then some fat. The yogurt satisfies that role also. And then you have salt and spices. So what actually you do here is, see, you want the spices to stick to whatever you are marinating. And as I told you earlier, none of these spices get inside whatever you are marinating, contrary to our belief, because whenever we prepare a marination, we have always been told, keep it for a longer time for the flavors to get inside. So the science is nothing gets inside except salt. It is only salt which gets inside. All the rest gets stuck to the surface. And then when you eat, you have a feeling that it comes from the inside, but actually it sticks to the outside of whatever you are marinating. So how will you make these flavors stick to the outer surface? That is what you try to do when you marinate. The acid which you add actually denatures the surface proteins, just making it conducive for these spices to get stuck to it. And then what is the role of fat? The yogurt which you are adding, actually you need a medium for the spices to dissolve, and that is provided by the fat in the yogurt. And then you add some amount of salt and a whole lot of spices as per your personal preference. And then you have something called starch in between. We actually use starch when you marinate veggies, because we all know that veggies are loaded with fiber and vitamins and other nutrients. So you need a binding agent for these spices to stick to the veggie. So whenever you are marinating veggies especially, you add a little bit of starch in the form of rice flour or gram flour. So that is the entire concept of marination. But how did this marination actually start? See, whatever marination we are doing nowadays, it's a more evolved form of marination. But actually, if you look into history, how this marination actually started, can you equate marination to brining of olden days? I told you that brining actually helps you in keeping the meat or anything that you cook very succulent. So can we equate marination to brining of olden days? Yes. Actually, the origin of the term marination itself is from marinate, which comes from Latin, which means literally putting meat in salt water. So this was the origin of the term marination. And slowly we added a lot of things to marination. Actually, marination meant putting meat into salt water. So this is how, when we don't understand the why behind whatever we are doing, we tend to lose the knowledge. So even now, you can just try doing this. When you are preparing a marinade, you can just leave the meat in simple salt water for 10 or 15 minutes. That is, what you actually need to do is brine the meat initially for 10-15 minutes. And then after the salt gets in, then you marinate it with all the other things, the fat, the acid, the spices, all that can be added a little later. And you will definitely be astonished to see how much this improves the outcome of whatever you are cooking. So the entire term marination comes from brining, marinating in salt water. Now, moving on to a very important thing in Indian cooking, pickling. So I would say this was a masterpiece of what our ancestors did. This was the right mix of spices, fats, acids, and this actually the technique of pickling shows us their expertise and how much they understood science. Actually, what you try to do when you pickle something, you are trying to preserve and extend the shelf life of that food. What actually happens is at a pH of around 4.6 or lower, because of the anaerobic fermentation that happens in brine or by immersing it in vinegar, you kill most of the moist bacteria. And then in pickle, we also add many more antimicrobial herbs and spices like mustard, garlic, and all these things. So these in turn help to preserve perishable foods for months and also help in retaining the nutrition of these veggies. So this is actually something we need to be astonished. And now we will know that they in fact understood science even better than us. Then moving on to the science of spices, this will be the last part of the presentation. Indian cuisine is known for its spices, and we have actually given the world more flavors in food than any other part of the world. So flavor is a very multi-dimensional one. You have taste, aroma, the mouth feel, and even the sound and sight of the food contribute to the flavor profile of the food. So we will just quickly brush through each one of these. Coming to the taste part, see, there is a threshold level for any taste to be perceived by our tongue. Whether it is sweet, sour, bitter, whatever it is, that particular taste has to be present at a minimal threshold level for us to perceive that taste. But what food scientists have actually discovered is even below that threshold level, that is in sub-threshold levels too, though you cannot perceive that taste, but that particular element which you have added in the sub-threshold level tries to amplify or mute the other tastes. Now see how scientific our grandmothers have been in adding jaggery or tamarind when they were cooking bitter gourd. See, just look into the diagram. The first one tells you when you are adding jaggery or tamarind, which is for the sour taste, in very low concentrations, it will actually enhance the bitter taste of bitter gourd. That is why when we do not add jaggery to the required amount, maybe the bitter gourd may taste too bitter sometimes. But in medium concentrations, what this sweet, which you try to add by adding jaggery, or the sourness which is given by the tamarind, when it is added in medium concentrations, it suppresses the bitter taste of bitter gourd. So this is how tacit wisdom works. Moving on to aroma, I should say that aroma is one very underrated thing in perceiving flavors. When you pick a food, the flavor molecules just escape. And then even before you could bite into the food, they hit your olfactory receptors and they send message to your olfactory cortex. And in fact, your olfactory cortex can recognize around 10,000 flavors. That is simply astonishing. And then when you bite into the food and when you gnash with your teeth, all the volatile flavor molecules again go through the back of your mouth into your nasal cavity. And then they hit the same receptors when you breathe out. So much is the importance of this aroma when you are perceiving the flavor of the food. And this is the single largest contributor to taste. That is why Indian spices, or the range of spices that is being used in Indian cuisine, imparts so much of flavor to the food that makes people crazy for Indian food. And then moving on to mouthfeel and sound and sight, these are also factors which contribute to the overall flavor profile. In fact, sound and sight, I should say, why do we all like crunchy or crispy food? I should say this is our preference for crunchy and crispy food comes from our evolutionary preferences, because in olden ages when people were consuming fresh plant products, in fact, this crispiness indicated freshness and nutritiousness of the food. So much is our evolutionary preference for this crispy, crunchy taste. And that is why all of us go crazy when we eat potato chips. And one more thing is, in fact, most of the sound produced when we bite into a chip is in the ultrasonic range, and we are not bats to hear those sounds. But in fact, the science is that these sounds travel through your bones, and you actually are hearing those ultrasonic, the sound in the ultrasonic range through your bones and not through your ears. And that is why even people who are hard of hearing can perceive the crunchiness in the potato chips. So much is the science behind our love for food, which is crunchy and crispy. See, origin of Indian flavors. I will just quickly go through it because I think we are running out of time. We have a whole variety of spices, dry spices like cloves, cardamom, black pepper, cumin, fresh spices like garlic and ginger, dry herbs, fresh herbs. So our ancestors have evolved a whole bunch of cooking techniques to get the correct amount of flavor from these spices. See, when it is whole spices, you get little or no flavor. But then in payasam or kheer or any dessert you make, we just add a little amount of cardamom powder at the end. So that is something which gives you a medium flavor, not overtaking the flavor of the dish. That is crushed spices with little or no heat added to the end of the dish. And then you have crushed spices dropped into water and boiled, that which you do when you prepare a masala tea or a ginger tea. See the whole variety of cooking techniques they have used. Then you have whole spices with a little bit of oil and long cooking, which you use in the panchforan or mustard and cumin, which you use in the beginning of a dish. And then to get maximum flavor, you have roasted spices. It is the Maillard reaction, which is again coming here. You dry roast these spices and then you crush them to get the maximum flavor of these spices. And these are the variety of cooking techniques. I will just summarize it without wasting much time. To get the exact flavor profile which you want, see, if you can roast dry spices, you can mince and grind fresh spices into a paste. And then if you are using spices as a whole, use them at the start of the cooking process. If you are using them as powder, it is preferable to use it at the end of the cooking process. You will see a ton of cooking videos on YouTube telling you to add roasted cumin powder at the start of the dish, but you are actually better off adding it at the end of the dish, because you can use actually a little quantity of it if you are adding it towards the end of the dish. That will give you the same flavor profile as you are adding a larger amount in the beginning of the dish. And then whenever you are using fresh and dry herbs, you are supposed to use it at the end of the cooking process. That is what exactly our grandmothers did. They used to add coriander at the end, and even kasuri methi, all these herbs and fresh spices, usually they are added at the end of the cooking. So whatever they have done, either by understanding science or without understanding science, the techniques they have used are perfectly correct and we can just blindly adapt. And it is more so if you can understand the science behind it. So I would say food is actually a function of geography, history, climate, and then the local availability of resources. And all these things keeps changing constantly. So food is something that gives you happiness on a daily basis. Each meal you consume, whenever you eat a tasty food, it just elevates your mood and gives you so much of happiness. So let us take a little effort in understanding the science behind these cooking techniques to improve the outcome of our cooking. And let us explore the whole world of cooking, explore different cuisines. You can blend different cuisines. Only thing is you need to understand the science correctly. So ultimately, whatever we learn when you enter your kitchen, you have to start where you are, use what you have and do what you can. Do the best of what you can by understanding science. That is the message which is conveyed. And then eating is a necessity. though it is a necessity, cooking is definitely an art. And I'm sure that you would have been convinced that understanding science will improve the art of cooking. And now, if I am to tell you, the moment you get the science correctly, you can even make a delicious cake without any flour. Now we are also considered about the calorie value of the dishes we eat, and more preferences to the nutritional part. And then if I'm to tell you, if you understand science, you can even cook, you can even bake a cake without any flour. You need not replace maida with atta or ragi or multi-grain flour and all that. Without any flour, you can go ahead and cook a perfectly nutritious cake just with the help of these ingredients. This is just to close up the presentation with something interesting. If you have bananas, you can just give it a try. If you have bananas, you can just take 2 medium-sized bananas. Am I exceeding my time?
No, we're still on time.
Okay. So you can just take 2 bananas and 2 eggs, some unsweetened cocoa powder, a little bit of baking powder to give you that perfect consistency. And then you grind everything in a mixie jar, and that is your cake batter. You needn't add any additional sugar, any additional flour. You just drop this cake batter into a glass vessel and bake it in a microwave for around 3 to 4 minutes. You have an absolutely delicious cake ready. Here, the carbohydrate base is given by the complex carbs in the banana, and the ripe bananas have an inherent sweet taste within them, so you need not add any additional sugar. And then the fat portion is contributed by the eggs, and the white of the egg gives you some amount of protein. And then you have the unsweetened cocoa powder to give you the dash of cocoa. And you just try this, and it will be unbelievable that you can even understand science and prepare a cake without any added sugars or flour. And the time taken is also only just the total preparation time itself will not exceed 5 to 7 minutes. And then if you have kids at home, you can just go for a chocolate glaze on top. You can melt chocolates with a little milk and 1 teaspoon of butter. Just add a little bit of chocolate glaze, because children can afford to take that chocolate, and adults can just consume it without the chocolate glaze. So kitchens are made for bringing families together. That is what I always tell. So cook healthy food, understand science, eat healthy food, and then relish food. So I'm closing my presentation. I'll stop my screen sharing. So here we come to the end of the presentation, and I hope I would have convinced you a little bit, at least, in accepting that understanding science will definitely improve the outcome of your cooking. I'll be happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you so much. It was really interesting how you were talking about how the timings and amounts stated in recipes online can be misleading. Like, I've always wondered like how they came up with those, or whether it's just trial and error. Yeah, so I have a few questions.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering what your favorite food is to make.
My favorite food, definitely the biryani.
Okay.
But in fact, I should tell you, after I started exploring food science and all, I'm able to do a biryani with just 1 spoon of ghee and exactly the same flavor as a restaurant biryani. And this is something unbelievable. So that is the magic which science actually does to your cooking.
Yeah. I was also going to ask, because you have all this background, do you like often come up with new recipes yourself?
Yeah, I do. Because whenever you adapt to a recipe and you keep trying it over and over again, you tend to make modifications to suit your nutritional needs. So that is how, and intuitively you try doing all this. Once you have a mindset of doing a healthy cooking, you intuitively start doing this once you understand the science behind it. And that is how reading food science has helped me to a large extent in my fitness journey.
Yeah, so earlier during our talk, we talked about rush hour cooking and we made a matar paneer. So now, because of your advice, we know how to improve that recipe. So if you're okay, we'll answer some of the questions the audience has.
Yeah.
So yeah, not everyone can measure temperature while cooking. So what would you suggest is the best way to measure the temperature while cooking?
See, it's not exactly possible to measure the temperature, but what you need to intuitively understand is when the boiling point of water is somewhere around 100 degrees centigrade, you should have that as your benchmark. Whenever you are cooking meat, probably you don't allow the gravy to boil. So when it is boiling, it means the water has reached 100 degrees centigrade. So you should actually simmer the stove and keep it on a low flame for a longer duration. So that will be the best way to actually measure temperatures, because you just can't throw a thermometer inside and measure the exact temperature of whatever you are cooking. You intuitively have to balance the temperature range by keeping the boiling point of water as a benchmark.
Okay.
Also, there's another question. So could you explain how a person craves comfort foods? So is it like memory associated with the food along with the taste?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I told you we can perceive almost 10,000 different flavors, and the place where it is actually stored in your brain, the memory for these flavors, it is very close to the emotional component of the brain, the emotional component from where it functions. That is why when you taste something, even after 10 or 15 years, your brain immediately tells you that you have tasted this earlier somewhere. Maybe even if you're not able to just tell exactly when you had tasted it, you will definitely recognize that taste, because taste and flavors go together with emotions. So that is why all of us have such a strong liking for tasty food.
Yeah.
So ultimately, whatever you do for your own happiness, it is food that makes you happy on a daily basis, only because identifying flavors has an emotional component to it.
Yeah.
So we've got quite a few questions actually. Do you think cooking in a mud pot is healthy and also gives it more flavor?
Yeah, definitely. The science is that when you cook in a mud pot, the heat actually gets transmitted very evenly. Now we use all these non-stick cookware, and of late we are too considerate that it is not good for our health and all those things. But actually the mud pot, the outcome of mud pot is better, because the heat gets transmitted evenly, and then you are able to retain that heat for a longer time. So even when the process of cooking is completed, you can actually retain the food in the mud pot itself, which you cannot do in any metal container, because whether you are using a copper vessel or iron vessel, iron tawas are now becoming famous, all these cast iron tawas and all. But even when you use cast iron tawas, you are supposed to remove the food immediately after cooking, because some amount of these metals will leach into the food that you have cooked, especially if you are cooking acidic food. But that doesn't happen in a mud pot. So mud pot, I would say, is the safest utensil for cooking, which imparts flavor, at the same time distributes the heat evenly and helps you cook the food in a better way and retain the heat for a longer time.
Yeah. So a lot of people used to grind spices, but do you prefer grinding spices like our ancestors, so like using a stone grinder?
No, see, that's practically not possible, because see, that is where science comes to your rescue. There are certain things I accept that maybe preparing a chutney with a mortar and pestle will be more tastier. That is because of the consistency of the output that you get. But is it literally possible in today's fast world? Nowadays, food is like preparing food it is just a mad rush to put something on the table and leave for work. That is how all of us are living. So what you can intuitively do is you can use the novel gadgets with a little bit of understanding of the science behind it, so that you can balance both. You can make use of technology, at the same time the tacit wisdom. Just rework both together and then improve the outcome of your cooking. That must be the rational way to do it, because it's not practically possible to sit and grind everything in a stone grinder or because of the time constraint. See, literally our grandmothers had no other work than to sit in the kitchen all day long and prepare food. So that was the lifestyle at that part of time. But nowadays it's not practically possible.
Yeah.
So this is why we need to understand science, so that when we try to just transmit the science to the further generations, they will be able to understand science, adapt the tacit wisdom, and then combine it with science, and they will develop their own rationale in putting both together and getting a better outcome.
Yeah, so there's a question similar to that. Do you try to make the taste of your cooking exactly like your family, or do you prefer to experiment and try new kinds of recipes?
No, I actually experiment a lot, and experimenting helps you in actually improving the taste as well as the nutritional part of your cooking. You can adapt various cooking styles. So if you get the basics correct, you can bring in an Italian cuisine, you can bring in Indian cuisine, put everything together, and then evolve your own dish according to your own preference, your taste preferences, your nutritional preferences. So that is actually the benefit of understanding what actually happens when you cook. So I would suggest everybody has to explore, because we now keep traveling. Maybe my kids will not stay here, or they may travel to a newer place. So they must have that capability to adapt to new things and then modify according to the availability of resources, maybe the temperature zone in which they live. All this contribute to the food that they cook. So if you need to have that adaptability, you must explore new things. So what I'm trying to tell you is, whatever tacit wisdom we have acquired, all that has a scientific base to it. So you get the science correctly, and then you make changes according to your own preferences.
So someone's asking whether cooking with love makes a difference in...
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe if you're too irritated and you start preparing a dish, we all know how the outcome will be. So,
True.
So the emotional part, that is what makes eating at home and eating in a restaurant different. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
Having a family time at the table in your own home is definitely different from, even though you may have a variety of dishes spread out in front of you in a restaurant, it doesn't give you the same feel as you have a dish along with your family in your own table. So that is the difference which the emotional component or the love of a mother brings into the cooking part.
And we'll see if we've got any more questions. Yeah, so people are more concerned about how food looks on a plate rather than doing it traditionally, tasty and healthy. So what's your take on this?
See, you cannot deny that whatever food which is being prepared in a traditional way doesn't look good. So that is what I told you. You have a little bit of artistry also to the food that you cook. So it is ultimately the way you cook and the way you are able to extract the maximum nutritional benefit of the raw material which you are using for cooking. Ultimately, putting out it on the table is actually craft. So the art of cooking has to be incorporated with the craft of presenting it on a table. So that is a separate part. So whatever we have spoken about today is the art of cooking, and the craft of making it presentable depends on your own imagination, how you make it presentable. So that doesn't have anything to do with the art of cooking.
So how has cooking evolved overall in the last century, and has there been a change in taste and nutritional value?
Yeah, definitely. Because see, what is so special about Indian cooking is you don't get to layer things and then prepare a food instantly. You literally start from scratch. And that is what has kept people healthy so far. And slowly, for the past 2 decades, we have been drifting away from this concept. You have things which are packaged and readily available, and then we just try to put things together and prepare a meal. That is how cooking has evolved, I should say, and that is not for good. Slowly, we are going back to our roots. Now, after the rise of lifestyle diseases like diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and all these things, we are slowly going back to our roots. So we have started exploring what actually the science was, and then we are all going back. So for the past 2 decades, I should tell you that the food culture has changed a lot, maybe because of travel, because of migration, because of the availability of resources. Now you see, basically Indians were a rice eating community, but why is there so much of hype about consuming rice, consuming wheat and all that? Because the rice that they ate is not the same as we are eating today. So all the finished products are refined products. So whatever we get in the market today are refined products. They did not eat refined rice, but we are eating refined rice. So that is the difference in the way you consume millets or legumes, whatever it is. So the raw materials which are available itself has changed a lot. So now is the time when you need to pay more attention to the science behind all this, so that even though you don't have the same quality of raw materials as our ancestors had, you are able to balance everything and ultimately consume something at least healthy to some extent. Because whatever we get, all the flours you get, all the rice varieties you get, everything is refined. Even the oils we get, refined oils. So all these are heat pressed oils. So that is where we are losing the nutrition part.
Yeah. So I think that's all we've got time for today. But thank you so much for your time. That was really informative. I'm sure everyone's learned a lot. I know we have.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Peter, are you there? Yeah, Peter is there in the room. Yeah, I think you can introduce the next speaker and you can start. Thank you.
Subbu, is the speaker here as well?
Yeah, the speaker is here and I can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks, Subbu. Vanakkam, Vandanam, Namaskar, Salam, Pranam, and good morning to you all. It's 4 o'clock UK time and 8:30 Indian time. And thanks for all who are joining in from all over the countries and US and other places. Welcome to you all for this mega topics arranged by RISE Foundation. RISE Foundation, as a quick summary, is a charity registered with the UK and is currently involved in advancement of community education and promotion of health and well-being by arranging various workshops and meetings like this. What we have here today is a very interesting topic, healthy spine and healthy life. As such, and we have with us spinal surgeon from Chennai, who is trained in UK within Manchester and Nottingham, but more importantly, has spent 7 years in Leicester during his training days. Dr. Muralidharan Venkatesan. He's got a wealth of orthopedic and spinal experience over different countries and is currently practicing in Apollo hospitals in Chennai. He is the co-founder and the director of Chennai Ortho and Spine Center, and he's also the author and founder of Chennai Spine Foundation, which is a non-profit charity foundation to help children with spinal problems and to raise public awareness about spinal health care. He's an active executive member of various spinal societies across the world, contributing to betterment of spinal healthcare. Without much ado, we will welcome Dr. Leatheran Venkatesan to start. I'll probably start with him a question around the spinal health there. Murli, you are here.
Pete, thanks for the intro and very early good morning to UK. Can you hear me? Is the audio clear?
Audio is bright and clear. Thanks, Murli. Go on.
Okay. Good morning or good afternoon to everyone wherever you are. Before I start, I'm so glad to be part of this, a virtual marathon that's been run for a good cause, and I must appreciate and commend the team of RISE-24 for putting a very diverse and interesting topics and talks that is engaging all age group, all sector people. Well done, team. Why I'm here? I'm here to talk about spine health. That's something people don't realize until it's gone and they are in front of their doctor. Okay, so we're all aware of cardiac health, cancer health, a lot of health checks we do regularly. But the spine is the forgotten bit, and it gets attention only when there is a problem. So I'm here to give some awareness about how to lead a healthy life, and for that you need a healthy spine. Shall I share the screen?
Oh yes, please, Murli. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We could see the screen, Murli.
Okay. So if you ask people, what is the most important thing to you? You ask yourself, or you ask your friends, you ask your family, you ask anyone. The first thing, the things that will come out from their mouth. Okay, God is the most important thing to me. Some will say, it's my family which is important to me. And some will say, it's my friends, they are important to me. And a lot of them will say, I want to be happy. I want to have a happy life. So now we know that the God, family, friends, or elements which are around us will keep us happy. And ultimately, everyone wants to lead a happy life, to be happy. So what is happy life? So what is happy life? Happy life means, you basically enjoy your life at any age, whether you're a child or an adult or, elderly. It is basically enjoying every moment of your life and the desire to make very best out of it. So it's all about satisfaction. Some are satisfied with whatever they have. Some have higher goals to achieve. So it's all about satisfaction. And we know that happy people who are leading happy life are better at reaching goals. They have higher goals and they're better at reaching goals. And happy people are more successful. And they have positive vibes all the time, so that they enjoy every moment of the life. So happy life is all about enjoying every moment of your life, and it's all about satisfaction in whatever you're doing. So where comes a healthy life? So we know that healthy life is to keep you fit, energetic, and to reduce any health problems and stop you from going to your GP, stop you from going to hospital. You want to be healthy, you want to stay away from doctors and hospitals. So healthy life is important. The World Health Organization says that healthy living is a way of living that helps you to enjoy most aspects of your life. So it says that healthy life is not just about avoiding a disease or illness, but also enjoying every moment of the life. So basically what it is, healthy life equals to happy life. So if you ask someone what to do for a healthy life, you ask anyone, they'll say the road to healthy life would be healthy eating. Yes, you need to have balanced, healthy eating. And some will say, I have to be fitness fanatic. You have to run, cycle, jog, swim, tennis, sports, everything. Yes, it is key. Yes, we know healthy eating and healthy sports activities fitness is all important. But what is most important for healthy, happy life? So to be like this, enjoy the breath and every moment. We know the strategies, healthy diet plan, regular exercise, maintaining your weight, having a good sleep, good nutrition, and a positive attitude. So these are the key for a healthy living, so a happy living. But what is more important to achieve all these strategies is you should have a pain-free life. So pain-free life is very important. If you have pain, you will not be able to do anything, concentrate anything. So pain-free life is more important so that you can move, you can do things, and you can be productive. So here is where your backbone, the spine, comes. The spine is the important structure, vital structure in your skeleton. See, our body is made of skeleton, and the core of the skeleton is spine. Spine is a very important structure, and we all know it gives the shape for your body, and it supports a lot of things in your body. And it starts from base, it supports your skull, head, and down to your tailbone. It has some natural curves in the spine, and that's what you see in the picture when you know on these pictures. It's a very strong, flexible, multi-purpose structures. I will tell you a reason why it is multi-purpose. So it's very important. The spine wellness is very important for you to have a healthy life. See, basically, it has a lot of bones, a lot of shock absorber discs. It's all connected like a staircase, and it protects your spinal cord. And it protects, it gives a shape to your body. Your ribs are attached, your muscles are attached, and it helps you to stand upright. The spine is the only thing that makes us to stand upright, and it helps us to move. It helps to transfer your body weight to your hips and legs while you're sitting, standing, walking. And more importantly, it protects your spinal cord, which it's like it carries a cables of nerves that carry signals from your brain to the body. The spinal cord is very important for you to able to feel your legs, arms, and move your body. So the spinal cord as such has got a lot of functions, and the main function is to keep you upright and keep you moving. And when you want to bend, it lets you to bend. When you want to stand up, it lets you to stand up. When you want to twist, it lets you to twist. So it does a lot of things in addition to protecting your spinal cord, which is the electric main power supply of your body movements. So why spine health? Why am I talking only spine, not about a hip or bone or any bones, any skeleton? Because we know all over across the globe, 80% of the people experience back pain at some point during their lifetime. So if you are born, there is an 80% chance that you have back pain in your lifetime. And about 50% of the population will have at least one episode of back pain in any 1 year. And in a larger survey, more than a quarter of the adults reported experiencing low back pain during the past 3 months. It's very common. Back pain is very common. 1 in 3 will have back pain. And it's one of the common reasons for people to go to GP or miss work. And it's one of the leading cause for disability-related job loss. And leading contributor for missed work days. Missed work days means less protection. It's both for the person, for the society, and for the stakeholders. So that is the reason. The back pain is very common element from any age, from child to adult. So back pain is very common. That is the reason why the spine health has to be looked after. Because here the prevention is better than cure. So we want people to realize the importance of it and look after it very well, so that you don't need to wait to get an episode and then go and see a doctor and take some advice about it. There are several sources for back pain from your spine. It could be from the disc, it could be from the joint, facet joint, it could be from the ligaments, and it could be from the muscle. So there are several types of back pain, and 95% of the back pain is benign back pain. Benign means harmless, simple back pain. That some basic remedies will help to recover from it. Only a minor 5% of the serious back pain. The serious back pain is the ones that you need immediate attention. The serious back pain could be because of infection or a cancer or a serious disc problem or a pressure on the spinal cord or the nerves. But when the serious ones will always have telltale signs, like as I said, the benign back pain will only have back pain. It is in your lower back or in the neck. Or the serious back pain will have some pain shooting down to your legs. You have some numbness or weakness of legs or arms. You will have some fever along with your back pain. You will have some weight loss. There will be other things to look for. Those are things we call red flag symptoms. And if you have back pain and any of those, you need to seek specialist advice immediately. But as I said, most of the back pain, 90% of the back pain we see in adulthood is benign. So the serious ones are those ones like infection, disc and bulge problems, other things. So the most common back pain we see is because of the muscle. The muscle you see there, the red meaty muscle all the way from head all the way to the tail. It's the longest muscle in the body. We call erector spinae because it keeps you erect. Whenever you bend down, it pulls you up to stand up when you want. So this is the muscle that you need to look after to avoid this 95% back pain that you get in your adult life. So what are the causes for back pain? See, once upon a time, it used to be a old age problem. It's the pain above 60 because God has created all the joints and spine to function for 60 years before it wears out. So after 60, it will wear out and show some back pain, joint pains. But now we see the more back pain in younger group, 20s, 30s, 40s. So what are the reasons for the old age problem to come into young adults? A lot of lifestyle changes. A lot of them become desktop job. So when you're in a desktop job, 8 to 10 hours in the system, in a sitting job, you adopt a poor posture. And then, when you come home, you're busy, you don't have time for yourself to do some, healthy activities, and you lead a sedentary life, lack of exercise. These things contribute. And minor injuries, trip and fall, some, sports, and improper lifting. And one of the other reason is obesity. Now obesity has become a global issue, global pandemic. It's like a pandemic. And the more the weight, you put extra strain onto your joints, spine, and muscles. So what happens? You get aches. They get tired and you get backaches. Smoking is not good for your disc. So that is one of the reasons as well for your back pain. So it's a combination, multiple, but these are all acquired, what we call acquired, because it's all because of our lifestyle changes that have happened in the last century. So typically the back pain will be in the lower back. So there's no discrimination. It equally affects men and women. It is precipitated by minor injury or just a lifting object, or sometimes after sitting, for prolonged or wrong posture. It's a dull pain just in your lower back. Pain felt only in the back. There is no radiation to the legs or to the feet. Sometimes they have spasms. Sometimes they have acute locking episodes. So it's typically in your lower back. This is a typical lower back. And what happens when you get a first episode? Back pain normally settles down. What that settles down few days of avoiding the activities that triggers pain. Simple analgesics, simple ice application, simple stretching exercise will help to recover, and most of them will recover from it, and they go back to normal life. And some of them will continue to have the pain, and some of them continue to have the episodes frequently. And those are the ones who we call as chronic back pain. And once you get a chronic back pain, and it's very difficult to break that cycle, and it will impact on your day-to-day activities and your quality of life. So that is why when you get an acute episode, getting treated well and having a positive approach. But my point is that you should even avoid getting that first episode, because prevention is always better than cure. That's why spinal. You don't wait to get a back pain and then wake up and start thinking how to, keep your spine healthy. Try to keep your spine healthy as a part of your daily activities, then you will avoid the back pain. When you get a back pain, there are two types of people. One will completely avoid activity. They are frightened about the back pain. They're worried that the back is gone. They completely rest and they suffer a lot and they fail to recover and they go into chronic back pain. There are other group who cope well. They think, okay, fine, I can take some simple analgesics, get going. Life has to move. Positive attitude will help them to recover and they keep themselves active and they recover better and they avoid further episodes and they enjoy their life more. So there are a lot of myths about back pain, like, you should do bed rest, you should sleep on the floor, you should avoid using pillows, you should wear a belt, a collar, you should avoid exercise, anything, any activities, you should avoid driving, you should try massage, acupuncture and everything. But what is the fact? Bed rest is bad. What we call is relative rest. Just rest, avoid things that will aggravate your pain, like bending or twisting or lifting. But other than that, you don't need to be glued to the bed or just stuck to the bed. You have to carry on with your activities. Activities is always good. It will hurt, but it does not mean harm. When you break the pain barrier, you will feel better. So the back pain always will have good days and bad days. Yoga is also good. It keeps your flexibility, stretches your muscles, keeps your flexibility. It gives a psychological well-being. So there are a lot of benefits. So these are the real facts. We know that rest is bad, activity is good, and yoga is good for your back. So when these back pains we call as a non-specific low back pain, for me, it's very easy to convince someone that there is a problem, structural problem, I can cure it with surgery. It's very easy for me to convince. But when people come with back pain, young people with a muscular related back pain, it's very, very difficult to reassure them. It's challenging as well because their MRI scan will be normal and they may not believe because it's my pain. Yes, it's their pain. And it's very difficult and challenging to reassure them. And we take a lot of time to counsel them, give a positive thoughts. So from our perspective, it's reassurance and prevention of chronic back pain. So positive attitudes, positive strategies. And it's usually a multimodal. We educate the patient about, spine health, about lifestyle and what are things they have to do, about their posture, about the ergonomics, and other activities they can do like yoga and everything. And it's very important. Some people with back pain will always have fear and they try to avoid a lot of things, and that's bad. And that's why we do psychosocial evaluation to break that barrier. Rest, complete bed rest is not advisable. As I said, it will make you more stiff, muscles will weak, your bones will get weaker, you will lose your physical fitness, you will get depressed, and it will be harder for you to recover. So relative rest is what you avoid activities that aggravates pain. The rest of them you continue as normal. Activity is always good. It helps to develop your muscles, bones get stronger, joints get flexible, and makes you fit. So try and avoid taking rest. Stay active as much as you can. So daily, spend some time for yourself. So exercise 30 minutes, whatever form you like, walking, jogging, cycling, swimming, tennis, badminton, anything you fancy, keep yourself active. When we mean keep yourself active, it's not just only exercise, even day-to-day activities, try and use your steps, instead of lift. And also if you're in a seated job, desktop job, keep changing your position, keep, move around, like after 1 hour, 45 minutes, just get up, stretch, take few steps and come back to your position, because don't glue to the chair. So that's what we mean active. So don't stay in a position for long, keep moving. So those are things. Walking as well, exercise walking, little bit of brisk walking, 3-4 times a week, 30 to 40 minutes is also good. While walking, maintain a good posture, avoid slumping or a slouch posture. Brisk walking is always good. for general well-being, not only for spine, for general well-being as well. There are loads of exercise, for your back to strengthen your back muscle. It's like basically the muscle I showed you, the erector spinae, the long muscle at the back is the ignored muscle. So when we go to gym, we normally, try to do for biceps, triceps, six packs, abdominal, quads, hamstrings, but the back muscles is forgotten. There are a set of exercises which will tone your back muscles. And if you spend on the floor for 20 minutes every day and do those back muscles, strengthening muscles, along with your core muscles, it will help to sit for long hours. It will not ache at the end of the day. So what happens if the muscles are weak? You wake up without pain, you drive, bike or car, you go to the work, you sit in your chair, you start working. After midday, you start feeling some aches in the lower back. You keep twisting around in the chair. This can be avoided by toning the muscles so that you can sit for hours, with regular breaks from sitting. The muscles will not hurt you. The more toned, it will allow you to sit for long hours. So when you stand, make sure you maintain, upright posture. Don't slouch. Head should be centered on the shoulders, hips level, and everything on line. The normal curvature of your spine is maintained at the lower back. Don't slouch forward, and your head goes forward. So these are very bad postures. So posture correction helps to maintain a spine health. Well, good health, good alignment, and good. The muscles are not stretched and they are not, fatigue easily. The sitting has become new disease because things have changed. Now most of us spend on a sitting for long hours and glued to the chair. And if the work ergonomics is not proper for your spine, for your back, then you end up having a lot of back troubles. So when you sit, it's very important that you maintain a proper spine health. And all the workplaces have the ergonomic facilities, ergonomic chairs, ergonomic tables to adjust each individual, because each of us are different. Some are tall, some are short. So these ergonomic chairs, tables allow us to adjust for yourself. So basically, the screen should be at eye level. Eyes should be facing the screen. Head should be facing forward, and head should be centered over the shoulder, elbows 90, elbows and wrist, and your hips and knees 90, and feet should be touching the ground. So these are the basic requirements, and all the chairs will have a lumbar support to give that push to maintain the lumbar curve. So these were the basic things. I'm sure most of us are aware. There's enough information about this on the net, and every work environment has got ergonomics assessment, ergonomics facilitators, and everything. So you just have to make use of it. Sometimes lifting, whether it is you're a manual lifting job or you're basically doing something, DIY at home. Basically, when we have to lift something, we have to go down, bend with the hips and knees, pick things, and keep it close to the body. By this way, you avoid too much strain on your muscles of the back, and you avoid back pain. Sleeping position is always, people ask, common doctor, which is the best position to sleep. So sleeping at the side, sleeping at your back is perfectly all right. When you're sleeping at the side, a pillow between the knees, with the hips and knees slightly bent, will relax the muscle. If you sleep with your legs straight, the back muscles are in tension throughout night, and it will hurt you when you wake up in the morning. That's one of the reasons why people say, doctor, morning when I get up, I have back pain. Is it because of my bed? No, it is because of your bad sleeping posture. So having a pillow between the knees as shown in the picture, and sleeping on the tummy, a lot of us like, but that's very bad. And you wake up with back pain, and it puts a lot of strain on your back joints, facet joints, and you will then developing yearly wear and tear of the spine. For the neck pain, you have to maintain a correct pillow size. Should not be too big pillow or too small pillow. And there are a lot of people ask me, doctor, there are a lot of pillows, a lot of mattresses. I said, whatever is best for you, for yours, each for your size. Some people have long necks, some people have short necks, so you have to customize and you have to use appropriate one. See, as we age, it's very natural tendency for the body, for the spine to slouch forward. And you would see, when you're young, you're erect, upright. As we see a lot of elderly people with, lean forward, slouch forward. So that's normal, that's natural. And by having a, healthy life, healthy muscles and healthy bones, you can even avoid that slouching forward. But what has happened now in the last decade, because of the smartphone, smart apps, everyone has got smartphone in their hand. And what is happening, instead of, naturally old age, we tend to slouch forward. But now because of the smartphone, our head is slouched forward, we are getting a bad posture. And what is the problem with this? Smartphone's good, they're handy and they become part and parcel of it. But if you don't use it properly, then there's a lot of stress and damage. And I see a lot of youngsters coming to my clinic with neck pain, shoulder pain, arm tingling. And it's purely what we term as text neck, because it's a new disease. You have a smartphone, your head is bent. You're looking at it for reading, for chatting, for social media, for music, for watching everything. So the longer your head is bent down, looking at it, that means more strain on the muscles of the back, upper back. There's more strain on the disc. And that's the reason why you get back pain in the neck, shoulders, in the back of the head in a young age. So the more the bend, the more the stress. So normally your skull is 5 kilograms. If you're looking upright, facing forward, eyes facing, then your skull puts 5 kilogram weight on your spine and the back muscles. But if you look down too much bend, it can put up to 5 times, which is up to 30, 40 kilograms weight on the neck or on your back muscles. That is one of the reasons why you get muscles fatigue soon and you get a lot of neck pain, backaches in a younger age, 20s, 30s. So when you're using smartphones, you be smart, okay? Make sure you avoid a lot of texting or reading. And for speaking, it's fine. And try to lift the phone up to your, so that you face forward. Eyes and screen are same. Your eyes don't look down. It's when your eyes look down, then you get a lot of strain on your back muscles. See, the human evolution, if you take human evolution, so we evolved from our ape-like ancestor. It took 6 million years. 6 million years to get to upright position. But what has happened in the last few decades, especially in the last decade, the evolution of smart apps have de-evolutionized our human development. Now we have gone back, from where we started. We've gone back to sitting, adopting the back posture. And with the hands in the phone, we're going back again to the, how we were before, to the ancestor state. So these sitting related back pain and smartphone related back pain are new disease in the current era. But the smartphones have become part and parcel of our life. We cannot avoid them, but we have to be very smart in using them, so that you use them, enjoy them, but at the same time you protect your spine, your well-being. So if you wrongly use it, you will strain your muscles, you will strain your spine, you will end up having back pain, neck pain, and then you will end up spending your time in hospitals, doctors, physiotherapies, and a lot of things. And it will also affect your mood and mind and your productivity. So you be smart in using the smart apps. Work from home, because of the pandemic, work from home. It's a new pandemic of back pain now. Because at least in the workspace, the people have their desktops, ergonomic chairs and everything. Now we are working from our comfort zone, sofas, beds, comfort coffee tables. So it gives a lot of strain. So be careful and know your posture and give importance to your posture, give importance to your ergonomics, give importance to yourself, do activities, do floor exercise for your back muscle. These are the key things. Once you're aware of how to look after your spine health, you can avoid all sort of back pain. Because back pain or neck pain is for old age, not for young age, not in your productive adulthood. So for a healthy spine, to lead a healthy life, all you need to be very smart in using all the smart apps. You be smart in using the apps. You sit smart, you stand smart, move smart, lift smart. Whenever you have to carry, move things, be careful. Eat smart, diet, healthy diet, and look smart. Fitness, do something for yourself, whatever fitness is, and look smart. Don't put too much strain on your spine with the overweight. So building a healthy spine is very, very important to build a healthy life, pain-free life. In my OP, if I see 10 patients, 8 patients come with back pain of no cause, just because of posture, weight, no exercise, sedentary lifestyle. These are the things. So I spend most of time educating them. Only 2 people will be needing surgery with a serious problem, but rest all talking, counseling, educating them. So know your posture, maintain your posture, good work ergonomics, staying active, regular exercise for your back muscles and for your general well-being. General well-being is aerobic, treadmill, cycling, walking, everything. So those things, and keeping your weight, no junk foods, these are all very essential. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Murali. That was an excellent presentation. Touched all aspects of back pain issues.
I will stop sharing.
Murali, there are a few questions. When I saw this topic, I had a few questions which you have already touched upon in your presentation. Just a couple. Sorry, are you able to hear Murali?
No, a lot of interruption. This thing is a lot of rumbling noise in the.
Is that any better, Murali? Not yet.
No. Your this thing. I'm just struggling to. Lot of noise is coming. Probably.
Let me see if
that's better. That's better. Yeah.
Murali,
yes.
There were a few questions.
Yes.
You already touched upon the gadgets and its stress on the back pain as such.
Yeah. The gadget addiction is very, very is there, but we cannot avoid it. It's part and parcel of it. See, as I said, I have patients coming. Okay, dad and son is coming. So son is sitting in the hot seat. Dad is sitting there and saying, "Sir, my son has got back pain." Okay, it should be reversed around. It is becoming very more and more. And other thing already is now the phones are in the very younger ones, 5 years, 6 years, 3 years, 7 years, 10 years. So we don't know how this is going to be. So am I going to be replacing all the discs, in 20s and 30s? Yeah. So the God has created for 60 years for the warranty, for the mechanical warranty for it. But now it's going to wear out soon because of the wrong posture, because of the addiction and the way that we hold it and do it. It's very impossible. We can only create it's like when we hit 40, most of us will go to a health check. We go and check our cardiac profile, lipid profile, renal profile, liver profile, and then we start doing every year. But we never think about the spinal. We never go to a doctor. Doctor, is my spine okay? Should I maintain? But you don't need to go to a doctor. You have to adopt a good posture, good sitting, and if you look after that, you will avoid back pain. And it is that is what the message I wanted to convey. Yes, yeah. Go on. Your questions here.
Murali, touching upon again the prevention aspect there, and also then to once the pain develops, how to address as such that. With regards to some of the prevention, there are, as you highlighted, there are lots of myths going around, isn't it? There.
Yes.
Some people say, if you could drink well, if you hydrate yourself, that would help with the hydration of the spine as well. There. Is that a myth? I presume.
That is a absolute myth. There is no scientific evidence for it. Yes, if you hydrate well, it's good for every cells of the body. So we know that. So that is the only thing.
Yeah, and in terms of the back pain as such, one of the quotes says it's like love, isn't it? That it's not visible on X-rays or anything as such there. So when you have people who come and insist on investigations and things, what's your advice to them? For example, MRI and its role in back pain.
See, it's very common. People come and say, "Doctor, I have back pain." See, we screen. And we assess. As I said, the red flag symptoms, serious back pain, we know. Those are the ones we recommend initially X-ray and then MRI scan. The ones we have muscular, we know. Typical. They say, "Doctor, I wake up normally in the morning. I go to work, either car, bike, or sit in the company bus. After starting work, by midday, my pain starts. When I come home, it little bit aches. When I go to bed, I'm okay. Wake up, I'm fine." So I know that. There's no red flag syndrome, it's mechanical. Imaging is waste. So we try to counsel them. Yeah. But sometimes we do in a patients, sometimes we do as a reassuring scan. Because MRI, there is no radiation. So they ask, we do it, and we show them clearly, there's nothing in your disc. There's nothing in your problem. So that reassuring scan sometimes helps them to think that there's fine, there's no serious problem, and it is not a major issue, and they can get going with their life. Otherwise, they keep on staying, they listen to all the friends, family, all the myths, and they stick to it. So we sometimes have to do a reassuring scan to make sure there's nothing and reassure them.
And also probably Dr. Google as well on top of that these days, isn't it? There.
Well, Dr. Google is a nightmare for all physicians. It's not only for spine, but for all physicians. Yes. Yes, there's a lot of good websites are there. We like patients to be informed, to know more. But authenticity of the website they're going through is important. There are a lot of good things, good sites. Society website, yes, is good, but there are a lot of other quackery websites which will confuse, panic them. And most of our consultation goes in, clearing those things.
Yeah. Again, touching on those things, the various causative factors you mentioned in your presentation.
Yes, multiple. Yeah.
Is there any role with regards to genetics, with regards to back pain? Particularly with those degenerative changes. There are some.
Yes. See, I have put in the acquired ones only. So in the causative factors, what I put in is acquired, not. So the lifestyle changes, sitting jobs, poor posture, obesity, smoking, injuries, these are acquired. As you point out, genetic component, hereditary component is there. Early disc degeneration, premature disc degeneration causing back pain. Those are there, but that cannot be avoided. So the avoidable, modifiable causes, the risk factors only we are focusing on in increasing the awareness.
Yeah. Another probably myth you could clarify, Murali, is obviously you touched upon obesity being a major factor, the midline levels there. But there are some people who believe, they're very thin, therefore they won't get back pain. So I presume that could be other causes that could cause back pain in them as well, isn't it?
Yes. Because of they will have undernutrition, the thin undernutrition, that's going to affect the bone health as well. And they have a early osteopenia, osteoporosis that can hurt as well. And they may not have muscle mass to support them. And they may not be sitting properly, and they may not be doing more workouts for the lean muscle mass. So there are various factors. There is no discrimination between men and women. There is no discrimination between, if you are very lean, you will escape. Or if you are very obese, you get it. There are a lot of obese without back pain. There are a lot of lean people with back pain. So
glad to hear at least this one doesn't discriminate men and women. So in terms of, once the pain happens there, there is lot of, almost like a business is running on orthopedic pillows, orthopedic mattresses. And there is always this net-wide divide among firm, hard, soft mattress, all those things there. So one of the questions, asked by the audience was also around it by Dr. Subramaniam Ganesan, one of my colleagues here, about what type of mattresses you recommend. You already touched upon it briefly, but this differentiation of mattress, we have changed or evolved from sleeping on hard floor to mattresses. So then the natural question is how hard it should be. Is it just based on individual levels or how it should be?
No, basically, what is basically recommended is medium memory foam mattress. That's what we have to look for. Medium memory. We don't want soft, because soft means, it will give way and the muscles will sunk in and you will have a lot of aches. So too hard is also not needed. It is a medium memory foam mattress is what best. And I always suggest people to just go, if you're trying a mattress, you want to change your mattress, go sleep for, trial it for a few minutes and feel how it is, and then pick it from there. There's no order and fast rule, but what is best recommended is medium memory. That's it.
Again, another question from him as well is about dancing. Does dancing aggravate back pain, or would that help? Really?
Dancing keeps you, flexible. You engage all your muscles, so it's not going to hurt you. It's a bad bend and bad twist. Bending and twisting at the same time might hurt. Okay, that is the only thing. But dancing, as long as you enjoy it, that's fine.
Yeah. So I'll probably advise my friend Subbu there to carry on dancing, who takes to dance really, but probably not to lift his wife without
and twist and try to do a turn.
Yes. Right. The next question is from Nageshwari Murugan. When we get hurt due to falling on the back and get hurt in the spinal cord, advice given is to take bed rest with little improvement of the back. Is it right? I think you stressed on the need to get back to being active. So is there a time period of rest before getting back to active, or is it very independent?
See, if minor injury is a trip and fall or something, there's no fracture, no problems, okay? In that case, we advise, like any sports injury or any trip and fall injury, we advise them to rest for a day or two. Not more than that, not weeks of bed rest. And also, if even in the first day or second day, with a simple analgesic, anti-inflammatory, if they are able to get up and go to toilet for their needs, we encourage them. So go to the toilet by yourself without support, if you can manage, and those things. So first 2 days, minimal essential activities, and then after that, start building on your regular activities, but avoid the things you think, the activity that will cause pain, like bending, lifting, or twisting for the initial period. Once you have recovered, you adapt a good technique for doing everything. That's it. So as I said, absolute bed rest for weeks is no more. It's bad. Relative rest. Relative rest means do whatever is feasible and avoid what aggravates. That's what we say.
Yeah, brilliant. Murali, there are a few more questions coming in there in terms of that. So Murali, from what you're saying, it seems like pain can be or seem inevitable, but suffering is optional, isn't it? So there are ways that people can help themselves, isn't it, as such?
Absolutely. This is something people can help themselves. If they have the awareness, they can help themselves. They don't need to come to the doctor. They have to come to a doctor only when they have back pain. But what we're trying to do, you can avoid it. It's not like heart pain. Heart pain, you just have to go. You take every measures to prevent your heart pain. You take every measures to prevent your liver. You take every measures to prevent your kidney. Same way, you make measures. There's no screening. It doesn't need screening. It only need adapting techniques in day-to-day life. That's it.
Yeah. So a couple of questions by an anonymous person, I couldn't see the name there, around the posture. In terms of, we have been abusing our postures for years. And at 40 years of age, is it reversible? Is it reversible, or is the damage already done?
It is nothing like damage. It is how much amount of back pain you have. If you are abusing, but if you are not having any back pain, which is good, your muscles are still good, you can at least from now on consciously adopt back good posture and spend some floor exercise. Floor exercise. If I want six pack, I have to put abdomen workout. If I want to put biceps to show, I need to do a lot of weights. So similarly, if your muscles has to let you to sit for long hours, you have to go on the floor, do pelvic bridge, cat camel, and maybe a lot of back exercise. 15-20 minutes, that will help you. So No pain, no gain. So if you don't do that, you can definitely expect back pain from poor posture. 40 is this age where early degeneration starts for anyone, for everyone. But what we're more focusing, back posture is going to tend to put a lot of strain on your muscles rather than this.
Brilliant. Murli, few more questions. Which side one should sleep on, left or right?
Well, any side, whichever is, it depends on which side they're going to be dominant. The brain is dominant. So on the side, it's perfect to sleep. But only thing is, as shown in the picture, hips and knees little bend and a pillow between the knees. Good. You sleep comfort whichever side you want. Back sleep also is good. But only thing you avoid is sleeping on the tummy. Right or left, it depends on the dominancy, their preference.
Yeah. Would you recommend, on that as a follow-on question, Murli, because I read somewhere about sleeping in the fetal position, almost like the legs curled up, right the way up. Does that help, or is that just slightly bent at knees?
No. See, the fetal position with the legs fully, you mean to the tummy?
Yes.
No, that is little too much, but that some people help for people with a sciatic problem because it stretches your gluteus muscle. It's gluteus stretch. So you get a sciatic stretch, they feel comfort. People with some disc problem, sciatic. But otherwise, a minimal flexion at the knee and hips is sufficient.
Right. What about authentic yoga? This is a question from Vivek Chabra. I'm not sure what Vivek meant by authentic yoga for chronic back pain there. What do you think, Murli? I presume you mentioned about yoga as a way to help.
Yeah. Yoga. Authentic rehab. Yes, authentic rehab. Traditional or contemporary. Contemporary is your workouts, through a physiotherapist. Authentic is, our yoga. Traditional yoga is good. As I said, physical well-being. It stretches all your muscles. It increases the flexibility of your body, and also it gives a mindful, psychologically well-being. So, and de-stresses. Even a stress will increase the muscle tone and will cause a lot of pain. That is one of the reasons for the IT people, not only IT people, just for who are working with the stress, a lot of stress, it aggravates pain. So yoga is good, gives physical, psychological, and mental well-being. Acupunctures, people have tried, says no side effect. Yes, no side effect. You can try, but they are passive. Acupuncture is passive. Body massage is passive. But it has to be an active, authentic rehabilitation. Then only it will engage the patient and they will feel better. If passives like acupunctures and massage, just it gives a subjective relief for the day because you paid something, you add something, and a few days it comes back. So active engagement like yoga, physiotherapy, exercises, those things are good. Yes.
Yeah. So again, touching upon your point about happy mind and psychological aspects there. So probably authentic yoga by Shilpa Shetty would probably help, isn't it, Murli?
Yes, definitely.
So following on to that questions, let's see where any other questions there. Right, most of the questions we have answered. Let me just quickly check the chat sections as well there. That's brilliant. Murli, a couple of final questions, or probably just one really. One of my friends, say, Maka, parota with mutton chika would be good for your back, Maka.
Parota mutton chika.
Diet and its relation to back. Both in terms of prevention, probably healthy diet, but once it happens, is there any specific diet advice you give which can help with the back pain?
Yeah, see, diet is basically, it's the calcium, vitamin D, rich for your bones, for your muscles. Your muscles need calcium, vitamin D, bones need vitamin D. So you just need that calcium and vitamin D rich vegetables, fruits, fish, salmon. There are foods which give you calcium, dairy products. So those are the ones for your calcium and vitamin D. And avoiding junk foods is very essential because you don't want to put on some tummy weight. Occasionally, barota and mutton chuka is good, is acceptable. But every day bread is this thing. And even with barota now, people have gone for ready from maida to the wheat flour. At least this is conscious. You have the desire. Barota I want to, but I want to be healthy. So people going for wheat flour.
Yeah. Just one on a serious note as well, Murli there. Do people are happy to talk about the physical impacts of the back pain? It's often ignored factors, the emotional, mental, and the sexual health aspects of the back pain there. Is that something that's being increasingly recognized across the countries?
Yes, it is increasingly recognized, but in Western, in national health, UK system or American system, European system, it is very, people are open to talk about it. But in the Indian settings, which is I've been practicing here, you see, people are not that open to, engage in that side of the spine component. Certainly in surgical patients, those who are, undergoing surgery for various spine problems, we bring this up, we discuss that, we find out. And then people suffering from chronic back pain, we do touch that to see because that is very important in their emotional, psychological, and physical relationship. The performance is very important. So we do engage that. We take cues from their 1 or 2 consultations, and then we try to engage, and then we find out. We do address. And spine and sex is a new topic, new awareness, and across the globe, people are trying to raise awareness, and a lot of things are coming up. It is changing, and even patients are trying to come up with it.
We are approaching time now, Murli. It was very lovely to have you and to have this discussion there, Murli. And any final message, Murli, before we sign off there?
Well, see, there's a popular say, spineless men are not attractive. It's because they cannot be productive, they cannot be, a lot of things. So spine is very important, and for all age group. So you don't need to spend money, or you don't need to do a test or anything. It just, that Google, your smart app is in your hand. So there is a lot of information. Take the good information, keep it simple, and maintain it. Good posture, good lifestyle, and spending some time. We are all very busy. We say, after work, we go home, a lot of things to do. We're not having time for ourselves. So spend some time for yourself. To break it up, 15 minutes floor exercise, 20 minutes some aerobic exercise, 40 minutes a day. That is what the investment for you to run until your retirement without any back problem or any joint or bone problem. Problems of other things can be addressed, but the problems of back and getting a back problem and then getting treatment can be avoided if you look after your spine well. Thank you.
On that positive note, Murli, signing off, it's Murli and Peter Felix.
Thank you.
Thank you all there who have joined.
Great show.
Thank you, both of you guys. Yeah, over to you, Bharati.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for another eye-opening session of the RISE-24 webinar. I hope you've all been tuning into some of our other amazing talks we've had so far. So for this talk, it gives me great pleasure to welcome back Ms. Gautami Subramani, who is a well-known careers counsellor and life coach. She's the founder and CEO of the GS Society for Life Science and has collaborated with organizations across the globe to deliver inspiring and uplifting talks. She works with a range of ages, from children all the way up to adults, to help them achieve their individual goals and work towards a fulfilling life. Today, she'll be speaking to us about the importance of a life coach, their integral role that they play in an individual's life, and why there's a need to have life coaches in today's society. Now, during the session, if any of you have questions, please drop them in the chat below and we'll do our very best to answer them. Over to you, Ms. Gautami.
Thank you, Bharati. Thank you for wonderful intro. Okay. அனைவருக்கும் எனது இனிய காலை வணக்கங்கள். Mother time. Morning, everybody. Come on, wake up. It's time. It might be your wake-up call, or it may be your coffee motivation. Don't miss it. Shall we go with the slides now, Bharati?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Before entering into the topic, why we need a life skills coach, it's all about me. So what I'm doing to just and go through. So I'm an internationally certified career coach and life skills coach, and also a certified motivational speaker. So currently I'm providing career guidance to students as well as professionals, and sincerely working towards women empowerment and handling life skill sessions for kids, teens, and adults, and abroad and India as well. Also, I'm a personal mentor for few entrepreneurs and professionals. So that's all about me. And the best way to predict the future is to create it. The words by Abraham Lincoln. So it is not only for the leaders or who are destined to create the future, but it is also a common man who is destined to create his own future. Generally, the people are of two types. The one who thrives and dedicates the whole life to achieve their dreams and pursue big. The other person is, okay, simply they are leading their daily life with their daily bliss and blessing. So both the peoples are wonderful, right? So we need both the people, both the community in the world. But the first people will turn into an effective leader in their respective field, and the second people will be their mighty followers. So it's up to you whether you could be a leader or a mighty follower. So before we shall have a better understanding about this coach. So we shall have slides of the great personalities in their field. The first one is former CEO Eric Smith. So his words about coach is, everybody needs a coach. Every famous athlete, every famous performer has somebody who is a coach and someone who can help them see themselves as others see them. So this is a famous TV American host and TV actress Oprah Winfrey. She has attributed her success to her life coach, Martha Beck. And also she suggests life coach to her fans to succeed in their lives. And sports people. So you might wonder that, right? Why do sports people need a life coach? So for the better example is Serena Williams. So she was constantly battling against her injuries on the court. At one time, she was about to give up. But by that time, she worked with Tony Robbins to persist and train through her injuries. You know what it has paid off? It made to win her Grand Slam. So that's a big deal, right? So that is the importance of life coach. They provide you the moral support. So you might have admired that in the previous slides. So there can be a question in your mind. Why the people in top position need a life coach? Wouldn't they face some obstacles or overcome the obstacles in their life? Wouldn't they learn any life lessons from their lives? Or wouldn't they get any close circle to share their feelings? Why they have to spend few dollars for a life coach? Yes, your questions are absolutely correct. But you know, the life coaches are the people one step ahead in your career development. To say clearly, you may have a pot of luck in your hand, but you want you want someone to guide you, to open the path, or sometimes even how to use it wisely. The pot of luck is nothing but your life with full of opportunities and your attitude. And the someone is nothing but us, the life coaches. We will guide you how to use it effectively and wisely throughout your life so that you can grab your opportunities, whichever is needed and necessary at the moment, and to say no for the unnecessary things. So in detail, so this is what who we are and our roles and responsibilities. So in detail, our roles are, we guide you, but we won't spoon feed you. We train your mind, but we won't fed up with you ever. We criticize your weakness, but we won't be prejudgmental. And we assign you to set your goals, but we won't fix your goals. In simpler words, we regenerate you, we reform your mind and transform you optimistically. So we are just the cleaners of your mind mirrors. So we just check whether you see yourself in your mind mirror in clear or not. So to have a clear idea, let us watch the video. Bharati, check whether the audio is audible or not. Is it audible?
Once upon a time, there was a young, athletic boy, hungry for
Bharati, you have
success.
to unmute yourself. That's the way you can.
And success was measured just by winning. One day,
And turn up your
he
volume a little.
took himself for a running competition in his small village, himself and two other young boys to compete. A large crowd had gathered to witness the sporting spectacle, and the wise old man, upon hearing of the little boy, had traveled far to bear witness also. The race commenced, looking like a level heat at the finishing line. But sure enough, the boy dug deep and called on his determination, strength, and power. He took the winning line and was first. The crowd was ecstatic and cheered and waved at the boy. The wise man remained still and calm, expressing no sentiment. The little boy, however, felt proud and important. A second race was called, and two new, young, fit challengers came forward to run with the little boy. The race was started, and sure enough, the little boy came through and finished first once again. The crowd was ecstatic again and cheered and waved at the boy. The wise man remained still and calm, again expressing no sentiment. The little boy, however, felt proud and important. Another race, pleaded the little boy. The wise old man stepped forward and presented the little boy with two new challengers, an elderly frail lady and a blind man. "What is this?" quizzed the little boy. "This is no race," he exclaimed. "Race," said the wise man. The race was started, and the boy was the only finisher. The other two challengers left standing at the starting line. The little boy was ecstatic. He raised his arms in delight. The crowd, however, were silent, showing no sentiment toward the little boy. "What has happened? Why not do the people join in my success?" he asked the wise old man. "Race again," replied the wise man. This time, finish together, all three of you. Finish together, continued the wise man. The little boy thought a little, stood in the middle of the blind man and the frail old lady, and then took the two challengers by the hand. The race began, and the little boy walked slowly, ever so slowly, to the finishing line and crossed it. The crowd were ecstatic and cheered and waved at the boy. The wise man smiled, gently nodding his head. The little boy felt proud and important. Old man, I understand not. Who are the crowd cheering for? Which one of us three? Asked the little boy. The wise old man looked into the little boy's eyes, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders, and replied softly, Little boy, in this race you have won much more than in any race you have ever ran before. And for this race, the crowd cheer not for anyone. You see in life.
Okay, so that's the video. So in the video, you might have think that the boy in the video thought that he was the winner, and what he doing is actually correct. He is destined to win. So what are his competitors? It doesn't matter, right? But the old man guided the young boy that you are not destined to win yourself, but you destined to make others also win. So this is the life. So 90% of the people in the world start their career with correct choice, and also not only the career, but also the relationship. But at some point of time, they think they feel proud of themselves, and that's what they get distracting actually. So when you realize that you are distracted, it is too late. So there we play the role. So we hold you back and put you back on the track again. So we insist you always to do your duties. So we insist you always to whatever the destination you have to meet. Okay. So many, okay, the people may ask, okay, I'm ready to take a life skill coach, but I don't know, I have no idea that how they transform our lives. So listen, so we can't say it accurately because every person is a unique and the treatment will be different. But in general, we mostly will identify your calls and we empower you to come up with your own plans to achieve your dreams. Then we make you to see the bigger picture very, very clear. We won't focus on the small scenes of your life. We always focus on your bigger picture. And we also make you also to focus on your bigger picture. And we push you into the world of calculated risk. So always you people will be in comfort zone, whether even your mind is ready to take the risk, but always you people are in comfort zone. So we push you from the comfort zone into the calculated risk zone, where you can find ample of challenges. So once you resolve those challenges, you will enjoy your happy life. So that's our motto, actually. And we help you to pursue your dreams by identifying your drainers and gainers. Come again, drainers and gainers. So who are they? You may see one person's personal growth won't be satisfied or won't be fulfilled without identifying the persons who are all around him or her. Sometimes you may think a person is a real gainer, but they might be actually a drainer for you, which would lead you to the failures sometimes. To have a clear vision, I'll give you an example. So you all know Mahabharata, it seems. So in the episodes of the lives of Duryodhana, there are two types of persons in front of him at one point. That is, one is his uncle Saguni and the another one is Lord Krishna. So he thought Lord Krishna as his drainer and his uncle Sagini as his gainer. This this wrong perception made him to lost his lives, not only his life, but also his 99 brothers' lives. So this how the drainers and gainers play an important role in your lives. So this is how we help you to identify your drainers and gainers. Now you better understand roles of life coach, right? Okay. So in the life concept, the types of changes. So the one thing is trans-evolutionary change. The other thing is psycho-evolutionary change. So these things, I'm not going to explain these things in details because it's too technical, but I'll give you the outline of what it is. The trans-evolutionary change is nothing but these are the man-made changes other than the natural, biological, and naturalistic evolutionary changes. This makes the people, that is the person, to look inwards through mindfulness or meditation or planning, etc. So the same psychosocial evolutionary change is nothing but this is the change which deals with the survival of humans who progress through various stages of life. It can't be influenced with the individual's conscious decisions, So you have to underline the word conscious decision. So what it means then? So you have to deal with subconscious mind. So we all know that if we train our subconscious mind, and it will give all the things, whatever we like, whatever we pursue to achieve, right? So that's the thing. So that's where we stand. We help you to train your subconscious mind in daily basis through daily activities. So to make the concept simpler, because this may sound weird and some new technical terms, our ancestors are so brainy at sometimes, they would keep such a big concept with the simple concepts, right? So the persons with Indian origin or from India can understand the core festival during in village for some deities they used to do. This core festival is a simplified concept of this trans-evolutionary change and psychosocial change. So can anyone imagine that? So I'll explain that. So during the core festival, the important event is they will pull the car, right? The deity will be in the car and the people will pull the car through the rope or this thing. So imagine this, in this end, the deity is there and this end you are here and this is the rope in between. Okay. So it is nothing but the god outside the car pulling the god through concentration or meditation to see the God inside the car. That is the God inside you, looking inwards. So such a big concept in the small, they kept in such simplified terms. So this is what we actually do. We make you to see the God in you. That is to identify your fullest potential actually. So your purpose of your life and how you should achieve it through your transformation. So the role of life coaches are of course incredible in future because we increase the efficiency of a single person, either in a relationship or a career. So this in turn increases the efficiency of a society or a community, which in turn increases the efficiency of a nation or a world or any organization. So since within next 10 to 20 years, the world will be the youngest world actually. So we will have a lot of youngsters than elders. So we should be more motivational and we should be more focused on our dreams. We should not waste our energy in any forms. So that's what the role played by the life coaches in the life of kids. Some may ask, see, life coach is a big concept. Why the kids need it? We understand the thing. The kids need to see a connection between their efforts and goals. Because sometimes the kid may be a good singer or they may be a good philosopher, but due to the parents' compulsion or peer compulsion, they will be in some other extracurricular activities, or they waste their efforts. So there we stand. We help the kids to identify their goals and fix their long-term goals. And to achieve that long-term goals, we will fix their short-term goals actually. So, and we will keep the kids engaged. So one by one, if they start completing their short-term goals, after achieving their short-term goals, they will be keep self-motivated. And after 1 or 2 years, they will be self-aligned. No one is needed to motivate them. They will be on the track actually. And the same thing with the teens too. So we have to focus on teens rather than working professionals or entrepreneurs, because they are the most people who undergo depression or stress or anger nowadays. So we have to handle their obstacles. We used to handle their obstacles, and we teach them how to handle themselves and also the setback, and establish positive thinking and monitor them. So we do this by establishing a new set of beliefs and values and assist them in moving forward and planning and setting goals for their future success. And also we deal with pre-adolescent and adolescent youth in working towards their goals and helping them in drawing their mind map and life map for their future success. You know, coaching is not like a quick win or fix. It is like focusing your continual development till you achieve your destined thing. So for a simple example, those who are watching this webinar, just raise your hands. So keep all your gadgets down and raise your hands. Simply raise your hands. So now just stretch more and raise your hands. So now you can rise more, right, than the first time. So that's what the role played by the life coach. We used to stretch you more. So this is a practical demonstration for efforts of the life coach. So to come out of your comfort zone. To explain clearly, so with the permission of my clients, I have added the testimonials here of my clients. So to explain what we have dealt with actually. So this is a techie from Bangalore, and she is with the problem of work-life balance. So when she moves on to the higher position with higher responsibility, she was unable to manage with her kids and family because her career thing. She used to say that almost 18 to 19 hours I'm draining with my work. I'm unable to concentrate on my kids. My kids got frustrated with my work. I don't want to leave my work. At the same time, I have to concentrate the kids. You know, actually her work hours are just 10 hours. Only with the stress, what she carried, that's the role played there. So she used to react for the stresses in office, and for the one thing happened, she worried for another 3 hours or 4 hours. This dragged her time. And then I advised, okay, you just leave your kids with your in-laws at hometown for a while, and first you regularize your thing, do meditation, do yoga to have a healthy lifestyle. You do these things and you regularize your pattern first, then you can take your kids back. So almost 6 months she's getting ready to all these things, and by next month she will get her kids with her. So almost she managed her time from 19 hours, it is decreased to 13 hours. She called me last week. So that's a great achievement. And also by doing yoga or meditation, her stress level and her perception towards the thing managed. So the thing is, I didn't teach anything, but I'm keep supporting her. So whenever she falls, I'm pushing her forward. Do. It's your destiny. You do. So that's the work we played there. So that was a moral support, where sometimes even the close friends or relations or no other can give. And sometimes the confidence and also personal sharing can't be done with anyone, even with the husbands, right? So that's where we play the role. And so he is an awesome person, and he is so efficient even to run a big company. Yeah, he would be a big entrepreneur in future. So the thing is the same thing. He was working. So what he quoted in his testimonials, he worked 16 to 17 hours a day, and he's a newly married guy. Already he's struggling with his stresses, but with this newly married thing, he don't know how to manage his wife and how to manage his new relations. And so whenever the wife come inside, always the support of parents will also, they will also expect some times for them, right? So that's what the issue going on with him. But he is very clear that he is not destined to one job, so he can do 2 to 3 jobs at a time, and he can do that efficiently. He can make more money. So whatever thing, so already he's a 6-digit payer, but he wants to go in 7-digit per month, but he is destined actually. So he came, and his issue is a time management thing, because he is a good stress management, and he have good anger management. But the thing is time management. Then we planned for a month. We tracked all his routines. So what is going on there? And we don't plan we didn't organize anything. We just tracked down the things. And after tracking down, I told I need a 15 days time, and I analyzed all his works and all these things, and I told what not to concentrate and what to concentrate. And I told you should take a long leave from the regular job, at least for 10 to 15 days, and concentrate on other 2 side hustles, so it will help you. And by the way, he did that. He concentrated on side hustles, and I told that you should not do your side hustles in your regular work time. Manage first, relieve from your stress. So like that he did, and now he is doing 3 more, that is 2 more project along with regular job. And his income has increased 3 folds. Even I was surprised with his income level. So when he did, ma'am, I'm getting paid this much per month, thank you. I was really surprised. I was thinking that okay, it will be like some amount, but that is their personal efficiency. So we cleared the route, and with the route they gain through personal efficiency, right? And those both are techies and professionals and entrepreneurs. And next 2 slides, especially for the kids. So for those who ask why we need kids, so these are US couples. So my close contact they are, and they asked me whether you do the life skill program for kids. So far I haven't did in a I used to do as a motivation, but I didn't handle for kids. So this was the first time I took it as a challenge, and I analyzed analyzed with my other coaches, and I asked how to frame those. And okay, I analyzed the kids, and I customized the syllabus for each kid. And I told that no, Bala, I can't handle the 2, because one separately, even the age thing differs, like that I told. And he agreed, and we customized the syllabus to the kids level. And at the first analysis itself, I told, and you people also should show some changes, because I can't 7-year-old is there, so I can't go with the kids alone. And we have planned some activities separately also with family. The empathy of the second kid, the attitude towards the empathy of the second kid improved drastically. So he was so happy on that. Moreover, he won't take care of anyone's feelings, it seems. But by the end of my session, he personally called me and told, I'm not well, but my son took care of all the things. Even I made them to cook, family cooking, with friends and family, to cook all the essential things, like from in medicine aspect, also in for life skill. So they have to know whatever they do in emergency. Then he put out in the notes that you have to come up with kids programs or workshops. Definitely I'll refer in US like that. So I'm planning it in near future. So that's a wonderful experience for me. And this is the thing, what I'm doing for 1 year, past 1 year, I'm doing this. So this is an exemption case. Always entrepreneurs will be different in thinking. So the kid is just 10 years old, but he felt that The kid lacks leadership qualities and entrepreneur qualities. After me, my daughter has to take over the things. But sometimes the entrepreneur should be born entrepreneurs. When they are ready to take up their father's concern, they have to be sculpted. So that was his motto, and I'm really surprised. Okay, such a kind of father is also there. Okay, bring your daughter like that, I told, and I spent nearly half of the day with her, and I analyzed all her pros and cons and weaknesses. And I told, sir, sorry to say this, your daughter is a slow learner, and I have to convert her into a quick learner first. So it will take at least 2 to 3 sessions for a concept to grasp, her to grasp. He told, okay, I know about my daughter. She's a slow learner, ma'am. No issues. Whatever amount of time you take, it's up to you. But I need the desired result. And sometimes some of the things I told, sir, she have such a beautiful attitude, where only in crore and one person will have such attitude. Definitely, I won't touch that area. In fact, I will enhance that attitude. You may think it is an innocence, but okay, some innocence is needed. Nowadays, the people are lagging that innocence. She has such a wonderful, she won't complain anyone, even if someone beats her. At this age, she's ready to see the positive things in others. So I told, no, sir, you don't spoil by educating her how to react with others. Don't spoil that innocence. It's a great gift to your daughter. Then similarly, we specialize, go for a specialized thing. And now she is good at decision making and problem solving skills. And finally, at the end of the session, he told, ma'am, this is the best investment I have made for my daughter rather than buying gold or property. And he persisted, he put her in another 2 years for her, because she will reach her teens in another 2 years. There may be some changes. So I need your guidance. Then I told that, no, sir, we shall restrict how to say, we shall reduce the frequency of the classes. No need of this much frequency. 2 months once or monthly once is enough for your daughter. So you might have understand better, I think so, right? So what is the role of life skill coach, and what they are impacting in the lives of the kids, entrepreneurs, professionals, etc. And I thank all the RISE Foundation members, and especially Bharati for moderating me, and all the persons who are donating for this noble cause, and all the speakers who accepted for this noble cause. I'm really thank you all for the support.
No, thank you, Gautami, for your really interesting talk about life coaches. We have a few minutes left, so I'm just going to ask you a few questions that have come from our audience. Firstly, you talk about a life coach as someone, who's going to guide you throughout your lifetime. You've worked with from children all the way up to adults. I guess my question to you is there a point in someone's life where they won't need a life coach, where they are self-sufficient, they can do things themselves without that guidance?
So that's what I'm saying, that in everyone's life, there will be a bill. So they will thought that we shall ask someone whether it is correct or not. So either in a career or relationship, usually nowadays, in olden days, even nowadays, the people are going to the relations or neighbors or friends, their close friends. So whatever I'm doing is correct, right? So they will cross-check their things. But the thing is, so what I've told the Mahabharata thing, right? So if they are actually a gainer, then you will be in correct track. But if they are your drainer, then they will distract your track. So at last it will end drastically. It's an opposite thing, right? So that's where the life coaches always see positive in you, and always sow the seeds of positivity in you. So they won't be your drainers. Always they will be your gainers.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I think I agree that sometimes I think we can we go look towards our family members and think, this is my support system. They're the ones that are going to uplift me. But people sometimes forget to look outside of that circle and go to a third party. So yeah, I think it's very nice to see that, there are people out there helping people, gain and get to their individual goals. And another question that I had was, especially during this last year, 2 years, this COVID pandemic has caused a lot of havoc in our lives, and it's caused a lot of mental health illnesses to arise. Now, especially in the South Asian community, there's a big stigma around mental illness, things like depression and anxiety. As a life coach, how do you tackle this issue?
So the first thing is, actually, I was doing videos about this. When the pandemic has started, I know that first of all, the mental health of the people will get affected. So my thing I suggested to my dear ones and also the public people in some webinars, the first thing is try to reduce your stress level. And first understand that the people surround you, who are all around you, also in stress. Even from 1 year kid to 80 plus year, everyone in stress. So you are not the only one. So the thing is, you have to deal with stress management. So we can't go outside. The initial days of strict lockdown, we can't go outside or anything. So we have no other go. We have to practice some physical exercise or yoga. That's the best thing. And sometimes I ask the people during the initial days, they are so good. They are practicing some new cooking things, right? So cooking is also a best stress reliever. Cooking and painting is a best stress reliever. If you try it as a new, then it is the two best actually. But when this lockdown continues after 3 to 4 months, everyone loses their enthusiastic. Some people take that as a challenge, and they were doing the exercise and they became physically fit. And some people lost in the middle because of their financial reasons or some relationship reasons. So that's what I know. Tackle relationship. Next step. First, reduce your stress, then tackle relationship. So whomsoever in career, it doesn't matter. However you are reaching the heights, it doesn't matter. Unless until you can't find a peace in your family, you can't tackle the career well. So that's the important thing. So you have to give importance to the relationship. So you have to analyze why my wife is reacting like this, why my kid is reacting like this. So one girl, she called from Malaysia. So during the pandemic, I think so, she went back in February, I think so. Almost 21 days, she was in quarantine. So after the quarantine, in the last day, she tested positive with the 3-year-old kid. So she have to undergo treatment. And also she have to undergo another 40 days quarantine by their country rules, I think so. So she was so much frustrated and she called me through a brother from Singapore that I don't know how to handle my kids. Do the kids are such adamant, or my attitude is changing, like in a 10 out of 10, 10 cross 10 room. So my attitude is changing. I can't be with kid. She was literally crying. Then I told how to engage with the kids in that room. Okay, but it is a difficult thing because the kids now mostly they will be interested in something for first 10 minutes and they will get deviated, that to 3-year-old. But okay, somehow the stress has to leave. So the thing is, we have to do with what we have. So we should not say that only if I have such jockeys, I'll run. If I have such ground, I will play. So whatever you have to come up with the situation. So that's what the life lesson I used to say.
No, thank you for that. I think you've left our audience with a very good lesson, actually, to actively listen to the people around us, but also to be happy with what we've got and grateful for the lives that we have. So we have a question from the audience. And it says here, are parents, especially Indian and Asian parents, pushing their children to achieve what they wished they had achieved? So, when you spoke about in your testimonials where you had that parent who wanted his 10-year-old daughter to have those qualities of an entrepreneur, do you think that's something that he would have wanted as a child and now he's imposing onto his children?
Definitely. In the very first thing I told that definitely your daughter will be an entrepreneur. Because I asked her right. I told in a polished manner, I can be a good role model for everyone. She possesses such a good heart and good qualities, and she will be definitely a role model for everyone. And I know her key area of interests, and I gave such assignments to enhance her skills, and I showed to her father that these are her key area. So if you want your daughter to be an entrepreneur, she should be in this field. Then only she will be a successful lady. Don't expect in your side. I told it clear, because if we ask a fish to climb a tree, what happens? What will be the result, right? So we should not push. At least I'm feeling proud that the parents are coming to us with their daughters and sons to identify what are their key areas, what are their strengths and weaknesses. In olden days, right, the parents won't come, because if we go to such a coach or something, some people may think that their daughters or son lag in something for societal image. But nowadays it is healthy. I'm truly proud of that thing. Nowadays parents mentality are too healthy. At least they are ready to analyze their kids' interests.
So if you could give a piece of advice to parents when raising their kids, what would that be?
The thing is, first analyze what kind of learner your kid is. So there are 4 types of learners: visual learner, auditory learner, read and write learner, and kinesthetic learner. So all the kids falls in these 4 categories. Kindly analyze which type of learner your kids are. So if your kid is a visual learner, they are almost quick learner. If your kid is a read and write learner, they are very, very slow learners. Actually, this is the concept. So first identify what kind of learner your kid is, and this is even to have a piece of advice with them. Because if you want to give a piece of advice and they have to listen, you have to identify what kind of learner it is. So for a read and write learner, you can't go with the piece of advice with visual learners, right? So that's the first thing for parents. Identify your kids, what kind of learner. Then you master the art how to advise your kids and analyze their strengths and weakness. As a parent, you might have known about your kids, but try not to hide their weaknesses. Always focus on their weaknesses. See, the strengths, they will develop their strengths automatically. You just keep their strengths not to get distracted. You check whether they are on track in their strengths part, but you always have to focus on weaknesses. That's my sincere advice to the parents.
Thank you. And I'm sure that was very useful for a lot of parents, especially in today's society where, you might not get that same interaction with your kids. We've got iPads and smart gadgets who have all evolved and kids are just constantly on them. So you don't always get that interaction. And it's sometimes difficult to know what your child is like, what their strengths and weaknesses are. Definitely.
Also, some Indian parents, not only Indian parents, most of the parents, even if they are not try to understand the weaknesses of the kids, it doesn't matter actually. But they are comparing their weaknesses with the other kids. That is a very, very bad habit for the kids. You should not compare. You can compare the strengths, but comparing itself is a bad habit. But if you want to compare, you can compare their strengths. It will give the self-motivation to them. But don't compare their weakness with any kids. So you should work it out with very, very silent manner until the weakness is nullified.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it's important to bring out your child's strengths rather than pick at their weaknesses and actually motivate them through their strengths. So another question that's coming through from our audience is, has the concept of SMART or smarter goals been too commonly used and so over abused at the point where they're not smart anymore?
That's the concept of small goals being too commonly used or over abused. Absolutely. See, that's what my things are. So some kids may be hardworking. So they are born genius, it's something. So some people who are born with smarter. See, even the qualities of wit, I can't put the wit. But my sister, she will give the counter then and there. That's the difference between the kids. So we should not ask them to practice. You should do that. You should do like that, and you should have a smarter goals like that. If your kid is a hardworking kid, go with that path. So the destination is the same, but the path can be different. You don't want to push the kid and the path where the other kids are going. It doesn't mean you're always. That's what I told earlier, right? You have to focus on bigger picture rather than the scenes in the life.
Yeah. So I guess, as we approach close to the end of our session, I just want to touch upon your own personal experiences. So as a life coach, you obviously deal with people at their lowest point, people going through some very, deep issues. And I guess sometimes that can take its own toll on your, mental health, your own sort of motivation. As an expert, how do you keep your happiness index up, and how do you keep yourself happy and motivated?
So, on the first point of role, I had the answer for this, right? We listen you, but we won't yield to your emotions, right? So that's the difference between close relations and friends and life coach. Okay, we listen you, we hear you. Even if you say your emotions, you put all your emotions in our ears for 3 to 4 hours, we listen you patiently, but we won't take your emotions, because if we take your emotions, definitely we won't yield you the better decisions or better solutions. So that's the thing. And for being happy, I used to spend time with my kid always. So in between the clients or in between my preparation for the next session, the kids will teach us more.
Yeah.
And the nature will teach us more. So I always combine the kid, my kid and nature.
Oh, that's really lovely to hear. But I guess, when you're doing these sessions and you're talking to your clients, sometimes, their problems might be very relatable to you. So where is it that you draw that line? How do you prevent yourself from getting that emotional attachment to your clients?
The thing is, that was the first thing we train that area only. I think so. So mostly for everyone, this is a common thing, okay? So if you pen down a thing, it will get erased from your mind. Yeah. So that's the thing of writing diary, right? So whenever, so we usually record the sessions with the clients because we don't want to miss the points. Sometimes while hearing, we used to miss the points, and after we will hear the recorded sessions for the better analysis. So after that, the analyzing of the recorded session, I used to write down their emotions. That's it. That's the report.
Okay.
I'll erase it from my mind.
Yeah, no, I guess it's definitely good to sort of have that line between your work and your personal life. That's very important for people in such professions like yourself. So we've got one last question from the audience. So it says, are the expectations of the first child a burden or boon, whilst there is generally no expectation of the last child? So does the lack of expectation allow the child to flourish?
The first thing is, don't keep expectations on the children. Either it is the first child or last child. So that's the thing actually, right? So so my kid is only one child, the one kid always have a lot of expectations. Usually the people say, so all our desires, the very first my husband and I used to say the thing is, we should not force any expectation. So from, you don't believe, Bharati, from the year of 2, so we used to, we make her to choose from the dress on her own choice. And we won't yield for her crying or anything. If she cries, she has to calm herself down and she has to come back to us to tell what happened. So initial days, she was crying 1 hour, 2 hour, and sometimes she used to sleep after crying when she turned 3, right? But nowadays, her crying time reduced because she know that. So even if we want to convey what happened, so we should stop crying. Our mother and father won't yield if we cry like that. So after that we hear, and also the decisions we will give options. Okay, she's 2 kid, right? For decision making, we will give options. So these are the solutions. Which solution you want to pick it up?
Yes, I guess giving your child that autonomy and asking them to make decisions from a young age, I guess, is what you're trying to tell us. No, that's brilliant. I guess that sort of brings us to the end of our session. Before we close things up, I just want to ask you, what are 3 pieces of advice you'd give to our audience to having a happy life?
So listen, everyone, that so you people are earning, but always keep in the mind for whom you are earning. Okay. So first approach is you have to spend time with your family, especially with you people are living in abroad. Like at least you people have to spend time with your mom or dad or wife or kid, whatever. So that's the quality time. Always, when you feel happy at your home, you will be happy everywhere. So no one can destroy your happiness unless you. So that's the first point. Next, you have to dedicate at least 1 hour, 1 hour to analyze yourself. In that 1 hour, the 40 minutes should be the exercise or yoga or meditation, and 20 minutes loneliness. The loneliness will you more. So that's the period where you're talking to your mind. So you can easily analyze that what are all the rubbish running in your mind. So sit with your diary and pen in the loneliness hours and write it down. What are all the stupid thoughts? It don't mean that I have to write this down. All the things, whatever running in your mind, and strike out the things which are unnecessary. Sometimes you told me, right? You asked me, right? So how I'm getting rid of the others' emotions. So if I write it down, I'm feeling with such client, I'm feeling empathy for such client, I'll strike it down. It is unnecessary. It is their problem. My thing is to give solutions. I don't want to feel for their problems, right? So I will strike it down, and it will end up with 2 or 3 things which I have to progress further. So this thing you have to do in early morning or before going to bed. These will be too effective. And the third thing is, please develop, parents, I request you to develop the storytelling habit. Don't put it on mobile or gadgets on TVs, YouTubes or anything. Please develop a storytelling habit. That is a really need in her, because if you develop the storytelling habit, at one time you will start motivating your kids. You will go up with some moral stories, and you'll go up with the right platforms, right piece of advices. In the initial days, by the year of 2 or 3, the kids used to ask stories, but by the time, if you ask the kids to engage with gadgets things, and if you avoid telling story, by the age of 6 or 7 or 8, you start giving the piece of advice through some kind of new. So please develop the storytelling habit. That was my 3 piece of advice. That is my.
Okay, yeah. To sum it up, essentially, spend time with your loved ones, but make sure to spend time with yourself. And I guess the last one for parents is tell stories to your children. I guess it's as simple as that. So I guess that brings us to the end of our session. I just want to say a big thank you to you for coming in and giving us this really insightful talk. I think you've touched upon a lot of things that we might not necessarily know from our day-to-day lives, and we really appreciate you giving up your time to come and do this for us. I'd also like to thank our audience for tuning in. The greater purpose of this event would not be possible without their contributions. Please remember the proceeds of this event is being used to support the advancement of the community, the health and well-being of our community and society. So do donate generously.
And also one more point about it, one last point. always compliment others to stress down yourself. So next to two beautiful ladies and you people are so beautiful actually. Really, you people are so beautifully dressed up and have such calm face actually. Really, that's a good thing in the morning, right? And you're so enthusiastic, Bharati.
Thank
So
you
good.
so
Thank
much.
you.
Lovely speaking to you. I hope you have a good day. And yeah, thank you everyone for tuning into this session. I hope you enjoy the other ones to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to one and all to our RISE-24 webinar. I'm Sangeeta, and I would be moderating the session, which is going to be on gender diversity. Before I start the session, I would like to thank and congratulate the RISE Foundation for their commendable effort and hard work in organizing this webinar. Please, I would like to ask all of you to support this charity and to donate generously for this noble cause. Now I take immense pleasure in welcoming and introducing the next speaker, my best friend and soulmate, Mrs. Kurunji Michael. I've known Kurunji for nearly 35 years now, and I'm proud to say we are from the same school, and we've been in the same school since our kinder age till year 12. Kurunji is a passionate, hardworking, and career-oriented person, but at the same time, who can perfectly balance home and work life. Kurunji works as a consultant in prevention of sexual harassment, which in short is called POSH. And she also works as a consultant in diversity and inclusion as well, which in short is called D&I. She is an SME in Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act. She has done a Master of Business Administration, specializing in human resources. She has experience in working with clients from various industries like IT, ITIS, talent acquisition and recruitment, garment, manufacturing, and energy. She has done multiple awareness sessions and role plays to employees, managers, and POSH internal committee members and help them to be compliant. Also, she conducts awareness sessions in various schools and colleges. She has worked with major clients like NTPC Tamil Nadu Energy, Bigaden, T2S Software, Four Kites, Avalara Technologies, Notion Press Media Limited, and few others in and around Chennai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad. Also, she has conducted POSH sessions in Tamil with clients like Royal Enfield, Bigaden, ITC Limited, PSPD Kovai, Aruna Garments, and Zwilling Kitchen. As an external member of the POSH committee, she has investigated POSH cases and empaneled with more than 30 clients. Wow, that's an impressive profile. Welcome, Kurunji, and it's lovely to have you on our show.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Good morning, all. Very happy to be present amidst everyone today. So I just wanted to start off my speech with by talking to you about unpaid labor. So what do you understand by unpaid labor? Here is what it is. Production of goods and services by family members that are not sold in the market, like cooking, cleaning, gardening, childcare, and laundry. All right, these are the unpaid labor. So nobody pays for you. The other goods, products and services that are manufactured are sold in the market for some kind of a money, right? So I want to ask you a question today. Who does this unpaid labor in your house? Can you all type in your chat box? Who does this unpaid labor in your house? So unpaid labor is what I told you is cooking, cleaning, gardening, childcare, laundry. So who does this at home? I can't see the chat box screen. Yes.
You got one answer there, Kunji. Okay. There now.
All right. Mostly household members. I want to know the gender. Okay, mother, father, husband, wife, woman. Okay. Come on, come on. I want more responses. Female. Okay. Super. It's great to hear from the men of this group that women do this work. Very happy. Go on. Some more. Few more responses. We have 23 participants today. All right, so from whatever I've received, life partner says Bala, so I presume that it is a woman. So yeah, today women do most of the unpaid labor part of the work. All right, so if I have to tell you how much unpaid labor that they do, women spend 4 times more time in unpaid care work than men. Okay, if you take in India, women spend on an average 6 hours a day performing unpaid work, while men spend only an hour. So this gap, if you see, is not any country. So I cannot pinpoint any country and say, please take a lifetime on an average of women spends 7 years performing unpaid work than men. Right. So this pandemic, as this pandemic persists, women continue to shoulder this disproportionate burden of unpaid, work. Right. So if you see the labor force participation rate, which is called the LFPR, it is as per the International Labour Organization, it is 5.6% versus men who participate at the rate of 94.6%. If you take the ILO statistics, you can see that a lone woman, okay, participates around 82%. Whereas a person who has a child with a minimum age of 14 years and who lives in a joint family participates only up to 45%. So you see, marriage and having children reduces the labor force participation rate of women, right? So if you see the CEOs around the world, 41 women are chief executives of Fortune 500 companies. I would say it is a bit better off in 2020 because there are 41 executives. When they started in 2000, there were only 2 women who were CEOs. Okay, so if you see that contributes for 41 women only contributes to 8.1%. Okay, so there is still a long way to go. All right. Right. So COVID also increased the work pressure on women because more the childcare institutions are all closed. The creche and other institutions are closed. School is done online. So now women have to bear the brunt of childcare work and also their own work, right? Now, there are some restrictions based on gender as per the World Bank report. So the World Bank report has stated that many women around the world are still prevented by the law from working in certain jobs. And you won't believe, in 18 countries, men can legally forbid their wives from working. So in 18 countries, the husbands have the legal right to prevent their wives from working, right? While in 4 countries, they also prohibit women from registering a company. They cannot start a company on their own. So 104 economies around the world have some kind of job restrictions, like in industries like mining, manufacturing, construction, energy, agriculture, and things like that. So as a result of this restriction, 2.75 billion women do not have an opportunity because they are born as women. Right. So now when it comes to sexual harassment at work, more than 500,000 women are not protected against sexual harassment. So they just cannot go and start off something on their own. Social media phenomenon like Me Too movement has highlighted the prevalence of sexual harassment and is helping a little. Another issue that women face today is wage gap. Okay, women are paid very less when compared to men. Globally, this is the rate. Okay, so gender wage gap is estimated at 23%, which means that women earn 77% of what men earn. So these figures just understate the reality of gender gaps here, particularly in developing countries and where informal self-employment is prevalent. So women also face motherhood wage penalty because which increases the which increases because they have a number of children. So it is estimated by World Bank that the gender gap in wages could take 210 years to be closed in all countries. Okay, so such is the amount of pay parity across globally. There is no country which is an exception here. I wanted to bring importance. I wanted to highlight the Olympics games that happen that is happening now. So did you know how many women participated in the first modern Olympics? You can type on the chat box. How many women participated in the first modern Olympics games? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 100. None. Okay, Bala says 20. You're very generous, Bala. Some more, please. Some more responses. It was only men. Balaji says 2. Very good. I'm very happy. It was only men who participated during the Olympics, first modern Olympics, and only men who were Greek citizens were permitted to participate in modern Olympics. And then the second Olympics was a little better. So according to the International Olympic Committee, these are the statistics given. So 12 female athletes participated in the second Olympic Games out of 1,066 athletes from 19 countries. Okay, so they competed on only 2 events like golf and tennis. And in the third St. Louis Olympics, archery was the only women's event. In the fourth London Olympics, archery, figure skating, tennis, all these were called women's events. And diving, swimming, and tennis were included in the fifth Stockholm Olympics. So the decision of whether a woman can participate in an event or not was decided by a few men who are part of the Olympics committee. So if you see, Olympics committee also does not have equal representation of women today. But though the percentage of women participating in Olympics has increased. All right. So if you don't, in the Beijing Olympics, 12 medals out of 25 medals were won by female athletes. Now it is a little okay. So the Rio Games, compared with 23% in Los Angeles, the Rio game had 45% of participants in 2016. All right. So it is a little better, but then a long way to go to have equal participation of men and women in Olympics. Now, this is an important key takeaway of today's session that I want to tell you. It is time that we see gender as a spectrum, okay, and not as 2 sets of opposing ideals. All right. So what do we have to do? Meaningful conversations with people at home. All right. Have gender specific conversations with people at home. Have open conversations. See, inclusion cannot be learned. It has to be practiced. It is a culture that has to be practiced. All right. So if you are facing with some kind of sexist comments by your own family members, if you think you are being discriminated, if you think they are putting you down because you are a woman, have meaningful conversations at home. Discrimination starts at home. Okay. And I think your family members should understand that. And somewhere they are also not aware there is an unconscious bias, which you have to speak out and you know, you don't have to live silently. You don't have to suffer silently. You can always talk about it. Now, I would also have avoid unconscious gender biases. See, sometimes your brain takes shortcuts to you know, perceive a particular condition or look at a particular condition. That is called an unconscious bias. For example, when I say nurse, okay, what comes to your mind, a male or a female? You can type on the chat box. When I say nurse, what comes to your mind, a male or a female? Female, all right. What else? Okay, so when I say nurse, a woman is who comes to your mind, a female nurse. But whereas there are male nurses as well. When I say an engineer, what comes to your mind? A male comes to your mind. Okay, whereas there are a lot of female engineers as well, and most of them are my friends also today. All right. So this is a gender bias that you have, and you are not aware of it. So you cannot eliminate these biases, but at least be aware that you are biased towards somebody because of gender, and you can recognize and not consciously take decisions based on that. All right. So be aware of your gender bias. Another most important thing that I wanted to point out today is gender stereotyping. Even in the families, there are a lot of gender stereotypings that happen. For example, you say that, hey, girls don't play football or cricket, right? Girls don't play with trucks. Okay. And you say, hey, boys don't cry. Why are you crying like a girl? Right? Boys don't play with dolls. Right? So these are some of the stereotyping that starts from home. It begins from home. There is no point in blaming the society because stereotyping has to begin from home, from the parents. Okay, let games be games. Let toys be toys. Why do you have to associate a gender with a particular game or a toy? Isn't it? Right? So it is very important to stop these kind of stereotyping statements at home, and identify it, name it, and stop it is what I have mentioned here. Everyone needs to contribute to unpaid work at home. See, Melinda Gates in one of the interviews said, I told Bill that, I cannot drop my daughter. It is so far away from the house. And I am contributing to a lot of unpaid work at home already. So Gates said, okay, then I will drop her. I enjoy driving. And he started dropping his daughter. Quite often, he was doing it every day. And after a few days, a lot of mothers came back to Melinda and said, hey, you know what, Melinda, did you observe any difference? She was like, I don't know what's happening. Then everybody said, all the dads have started dropping our kids. Okay. After seeing Gates, we said, as a CEO of Microsoft, if a person can come and drop his kid at home, you can also do the same. Okay. And there are the percentage of dads starting to drop their children in the school increase because of this. So one influential person can change everything, isn't it? So you be that big, you be the start. Okay, you be a role model for other dads. You be a role model for other moms. Don't wait for somebody, because he is not doing, I'm not doing. Don't have that kind of a thought in mind. So I wanted to conclude saying that inclusion is a right, not a privilege for a selected few, as per the words of Judge Gary. Right? Thank you so much. Hope the session was informative.
Thank you, Kurunji. That was an impressive, amazing presentation. I'm sure many of us would have found it very useful. And actually, I should say it was a real eye-opener for most of us to know about women's labor participation rate and unpaid labor as well. And also you have touched upon areas like unpaid labor. The statistics was fantastic. It was really amazing. And it gave us so much of information which we're not even aware of. And you also touched upon areas like restrictions at workplace, which is based purely on gender, the wage gaps you have mentioned, how women are paid less compared to men, and in families, how gender bias is so prevalent, and even families are not even aware of that. As you said, we ask a boy, why are you playing with a doll? And we ask a girl, why are you playing with a truck? It's so common in our families. And even
we also assume that boys have to like blue and girls have to like pink, but there are a lot of girls who do not like pink, and parents don't understand that whenever they have to buy something, it is always in pink for their daughters. Yeah. Right. So that is a kind of stereotyping that we do at home.
Yeah, even with colors. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And Yes, and yeah, now I think we can move on to our Q&A session. My first question for you, Kurunji, is how does reducing unpaid work for women help the economy at large?
Yeah, so a lot of unpaid work is essential. You cannot do away with unpaid work and say, I'm not going to do it hereafter. There are a lot of unpaid work which is essential for the functioning of the economy as well. But this has to be shared and contributed by the family members is what I'm saying. It shouldn't be the role and responsibility of the women alone. As a son, you have to help your mom. As a daughter, you have to help your mom, your sisters, everybody, fathers and mothers have to help each other, right? So, but this often goes unaccounted and unrecognized as unpaid labor, right? So if you have to increase the labor force participation rate, you have to reduce the unpaid work. So if you see, it is estimated that a woman's unpaid work, if it is assigned a monetary value, it would all constitute to about 10% to 39% of the GDP of an economy, right? So imagine if a lot of women start working, okay? There is a lot of consumption of products and services. Okay, so there are a lot of consumption, and in turn, it starts increasing the production of these products and services. For example, I'm a working woman and I go to work every day. I have to drop my daughter or my son in a childcare center. So the childcare center earns its own profit because of me. All right. And I hire a nanny, or I hire a domestic helper to help me with the domestic chores, because I have money to pay for it. Right. So there are a lot of job opportunities that you're giving for other people in the economy, and the economy's GDP, trust me, will definitely grow higher because of women's labor participation rate if it increases.
Okay, very, very beautifully said, Kurunji. Yeah, we do agree with what you say. Yeah. We've got another question from the audience. The question is there any mandatory training about gender diversity in Tamil Nadu in public sector?
In the police force, we have prevention of sexual harassment training, and we touch upon a few things on diversity and inclusion there. There is no specific training that is given to any sector on gender diversity or inclusivity. But then whenever we do prevention of sexual harassment training, we do touch upon areas, because sometimes when you have a bias towards a particular person, then you could be subject to more harassment at work. All right. So there is no mandatory training. Nobody has mandated a training on gender diversity or diversity and inclusion anywhere, as it is mandated for prevention of sexual harassment at workplace.
Okay. Thank you. My next question for you is providing quota for women a right thing to do?
See, quota reflects the population that it represents, all right? So it helps rectify women's underrepresentation in some of the prominent positions, which make it entirely normal for women to take up like a senior position or a managerial role in political, economical, social, or academic systems. All right. So I would definitely recommend quota systems for women because they are measures aimed for temporarily, at least temporarily, building up or reducing the inequality that has built up over the years, gender inequality that has built up over the years. And but once that equality is done and that level is attained, I think you can remove quota, and in accordance with the principle of equal treatment, which is interpreted by the international courts and human rights, equality can prevail for both genders. So I think quota is a must for at least a few years.
Okay, lovely, fantastic, Kunji, lovely. I've got another question from the audience. The question is, do you think gender diversity should be included in school curriculum?
Definitely, gender diversity has to be included in school curriculum. Boys have to be taught that it is okay to cry, it is okay to play with dolls. Girls have to be taught that it is okay to like blue color and not like pink color. It is okay to play cricket, football, and so-called feminine games. They don't have to really play feminine games. They can play. There is nothing called feminine games or masculine games. So it has to start from homes, and in school it has to be taught. And the gender stereotyping also happens by teachers. It starts from teachers. It starts from the fellow students, right? So they have to be aware, they have to be conscious that it is absolutely okay to not like for a boy to not like masculine games and like any other game.
Okay. Yeah, well said, Kunji. I've just got one final question for you. We move from gender diversity to gender unity? If yes, what would be the process and how long do you anticipate it to be?
It takes a long time, many years, because you have to, it is the change the mindset that has to begin. All right. So, there is a lot of peer pressure also when you see a dad doing something which is only masculine things, and only he takes care of only work and does not take care of home. You are in a state where you think it is wrong, or you think it is not okay to do something for the house, like the household chores. So it is the change in mindset which was brought in long back when they started hunting. Hunters started hunting, right? So women were there behind. They were at homes doing the childbearing work, childcare work, cooking, and other things. And and the men were all hunters. They went to hunt for food and bring it back home. They had to provide for the nourishment of the family. So the role started there when all were hunters, and we were all barbarians at that point in time. But now we are all civilized, and if suddenly the mindset has to change, I don't think it's going to happen immediately. So over a period of time, definitely it'll happen. It'll happen but it'll definitely happen. The change has to begin from home, as I said.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. That was fantastic, Kurunji. That was a fantastic talk, and you have answered all our questions beautifully with such clear answers. And I'm sure many of us would have found this talk very useful and informative. And I just now we get a clear idea of why gender diversity is so important, because as you said, fair representation of women in businesses will bring a positive outcome. And also men and women have different views and ideas. So this helps in better problem solving as well. And also it increases business performances, as you said. And because of these differences, the businesses can get new opportunities. Women are given more roles to play in their workplaces, and it can also challenge gender stereotypes. So thank you so much for your talk. I think we have gathered a lot of information and facts. On behalf of our RISE Foundation team, we wish you all the very best, Kurunji, and good luck in all your future projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I was very happy to do this presentation amidst all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will move on to our next session, which is going to be getting back on track, a physiotherapist perspective, which is being done by Rachana Ingal. Thank you.
Over to you, Karthika.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Bengala. I'm a general practitioner in Leicester. Today, I congratulate RISE team for conducting this 24-hour webinar successfully for the second year. And I request all the audience to generously donate for this noble cause. Coming to today's session, I would like to introduce my co-speaker, Mrs. Jadhav. Mrs. Shilpa Jadhav, are you aware? Are you here?
Hi, Kartika. Good morning. Good morning, Rachna. Good morning, Kartika. And what a lovely Sunday morning.
Hi, Shilpa. Are you all full awake?
Kind of. Yes, I've had a coffee.
Yeah,
I
good.
don't generally get it this early in the morning.
Yeah, I pass it on to you, Shilpa, to introduce our next speaker, Mrs. Rachna Ingle.
Yeah. Hi, good morning to everyone. My name is Shilpa Jadhav. I work as a teaching assistant, but of course, I'm not from medical background. But when it came to Rachna, I couldn't have actually stopped talking. So I might overrun. So I've been told to stop there where I could. So Rachna is a running leader at her children's school. She regularly participates in events of different charities and has been running, walking, and hiking. She is an active member from a charity called Save a Day. She enjoys dancing, learning classical dancing. She's learning Kathak for more than 4 years. She also runs Bollywood dance class. Dance class means it's kind of mindfulness and physical together. So she does yoga, meditation, and all sorts of stuff. So yes, it's more than dance class. So you must join in. She's also my dance guru. So she does Bollywood dancing as well. So, well, it's a good therapy as well. So yes, with the backache that you are here to talk about. So please show the limelight for us, please. Take it over, Rachna.
Yeah, before I call upon Rachna, I would just like to say a few words about Rachna. I have known Rachna for a couple of years now. She's a multi-talented lady, as already Shilpa has mentioned quite a lot of things. I'm not going to go over it again, but she's an excellent dancer. I have witnessed it in the past. Coming to the present topic, it's about backache, which is a very common condition that I come across in my daily practice. And because of recent lockdown, the number of cases have gone up because of work from home and children's doing online classes. Maybe it's because of the bad posture and sitting for long and not taking the proper preventive measures to avoid these simple backaches. Most of the common causes of simple backache is strain and muscle pull, but they can be easily cured with pain relief and physiotherapy. Physiotherapy does play a very important role to strengthen your back, and physiotherapists as well. So Rachna, by profession, she's a physiotherapist, and she's been working with me in my surgery and helping many of my patients. And it does do the job. So I take the privilege now to welcome Mrs. Rachna Ingle and to take it over. Here to you, Rachna. Are you there?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Shilpa.
Good morning.
Kartika. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, thank you for the lovely introduction. And I would like to especially thank the RISE Foundation team. They are doing this brilliant work and doing lots of good things. So thank you very much. It's absolute pleasure and honor to be a part of this 24-hour webinar. So I'm just going to share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, it's clear.
Brilliant. Okay, so a very good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining in. Now, as you all know, just give me 1 second. Let me check. Yeah, can you see it now?
Yeah, it's good, Rachna. Go on.
Okay. So just have a look at this picture. I was just thinking about it, that how COVID pandemic, as Kartika has mentioned, has changed our lives. We have learned to look at our life from a new angle. We've been locked down in our houses, but thanks to the modern technology, there are lots of things which are quite convenient and lots of things what are just a click away from us. But with this technology and screen time come a lot of aches and pains. And it's kind of affected us in different ways, like we have been more sedentary and there's lack of exercise and activity unless we do a conscious effort to go out and exercise. So not everyone is able to do that. So as I said, this sedentary lifestyle or lack of activity has brought aches and pains, and backache and neck pain are at the top of the list of these aches and pains. So today I'm going to talk about back and neck pain, its causes, and simple management strategies of back and neck pain and how we can prevent it. Now, backache is very, very common. Around 80% of people experience back pain at some point of time in their life. It can be quite disabling and worrying, but in most cases, it's not serious. It doesn't come from any sinister pathology or problem. Now I'm going to talk about the common causes of back pain. So there are different causes, so physical factors, psychosocial factors, lifestyle factors, etc. So physical factors could be simple sprains and strains. In my practice, I see lots of patients coming with back pain. Many people just say that they have been gardening. It was a nice sunny day. They spent a whole day in garden and they landed up in back pain. Some people will say they have been doing some DIY stuff, lifting, pushing, pulling, etc. And their back is hurting now. Some people, on the other hand, they'll say they have taken up physical fitness. They have joined the gym or doing at home and lifting weights and things. And then even after doing exercise, they have developed back pain. So these are some of the physical factors which cause back pain. But back pain is a bit of complex topic. It's not just physical factors. There are psychosocial factors like feeling isolated or lonely, especially with the lockdown. Many of us have experienced that, feeling stressed. So having a difficult relationship or being stressed about the work, which causes stress, and that can also affect your body and manifest as pain. Lack of good quality and quantity of sleep, which again affects your well-being and makes you prone to having aches and pains, especially back and neck pain. Lifestyle factors, as I mentioned, increasing population are, increasing obesity in the population. Many people, they just say they have been comfort eating, or again, lack of activity makes them more prone to have obesity. Sedentary lifestyle, spending more time in front of screen for work or just watching television, etc. Now, most of the times, the back pain is due to simple sprains and strains, but there are some cases where there is a structural or medical cause, and we need to be aware of that. So I'm not going in the details of the medical conditions or the structural causes, and these kind of pains are managed slightly differently. But I'm just going to touch base upon what can be the causes of back pain in those cases. So prolapse disc is also called a slip disc in common language. So that's quite common, which is we got an intervertebral disc which sits between two bones in the spine. Sometimes it could come out and compress on the surrounding structures and start giving you back pain. Sciatica is another common thing, which is the irritation of your sciatic nerve, which starts giving you a lot of pain in the back and down your leg, etc. Inflammatory arthritis like ankylosing spondylitis is another cause. Spondylolisthesis, which is slipping off one bone, one vertebra over the other, and very, very rarely, infection, tumors, cancers, and fractures can also manifest as back pain. Managing back pain. Now, managing back pain is not as difficult as we might think. We can apply some simple strategies at home and improve the pain. So it's very, very important that keep calm and don't panic. Remain as active as the pain allows. So avoiding aggravating activities in first few days of back pain is completely okay. But you should try to keep moving because spine is designed to move. To help with the pain, take simple over-the-counter pain relief like paracetamol or ibuprofen. Application of ice pack. If you don't have ice pack, just grab a bag of frozen peas, wrap it in towel, keep it on your back for 20 minutes, and that will do the work. Or hot water bottle, warm baths will help to relax the muscles and help with the back pain. And simple exercises. Simple exercises like knee to chest and trunk rotations in lying down position will help to relieve the pain. Now, this pain in 98% of cases gets better in 4 to 6 weeks. But if it doesn't get better in 4 to 6 weeks, seek help from a medical professional. It could be your doctor, your GP, or a physiotherapist who can assess you and provide expert advice. Now, as I mentioned before, sorry, there can be some structural or medical causes of back pain, and it will show different symptoms apart from just your back hurting. And so it's really important to know what these symptoms are. So if you experience loss of bladder, bowel control, that is incontinence of your bladder and bowel, tingling numbness in your private parts or buttock area, loss of power in your legs. So if you notice you're slapping your foot while you walk, pain running down at the back of both legs, if you're feeling very unwell, if you're sweating quite a lot, especially nighttime, and it wakes you up from the sleep, and significant unintentional weight loss. If you notice any of these above symptoms, then you must seek medical advice. So you can urgently see your GP or go to the emergency department, get yourself seen, and don't delay. Now, 10 things you need to know about your back. Now, there are different myths, I would say, around back pain. People are obviously worried quite a lot, and they think there is, if they have pain, they must have some damage, or there must be something which is not quite right, and if they move or if they exercise, it's going to get worse. So let me tell you a few things about your back. So your back is stronger than you may think. So our spine is quite a strong and stable structure. So simple sprains or strains are not going to damage it, so don't worry. Many patients who come up with back pain and they ask me a question about if they need an X-ray or scans, and the answer is no. Most of the times you don't need any scans or don't need any X-rays. The answer is simple, because it can do more harm than good. Because everybody, as we grow up, we get some changes in the spine. So seeing perfectly normal changes in their spine can make them avoid doing activities or exercises which will otherwise help them to recover. Well, it's not going to do any good to them. So we should always correlate the scans and the symptoms. There is another example. If you pick up 100 random people from the street and put them all in scanners, scan them all, about 40 of them will show some kind of changes in the spine. So it could be disc-related or it could be degenerative changes. They might not even have any symptoms. So as I said earlier, the scan and the clinical symptoms, they don't always correlate. Another thing people commonly think about, if they have back pain, they should take bed rest. But again, the answer is no. Bed rest doesn't really help to improve your pain. Avoiding activities which aggravate the pain is okay in the initial few days to relieve the pain. But if you do bed rest, it will make you stiffer and it will make your muscles weak and lazy. So you should resume your normal activities as soon as you can, because the spine, as I said, it's a dynamic structure and it is designed to bend and move. You should not fear bending or lifting. Instead, you try lifting and carrying different weights and find a comfortable position of doing it. Try to carry the weight close to your body and keep moving, because the spine, again, I will emphasize on the word, the spine is designed to bend and move. You should start doing exercise and activity and start slowly and build up gradually. And that will help to take the pain away at some extent. In the beginning, it's perfectly normal to have soreness when you start a new exercise or activity, but it eases off after a couple of days. And you have to build on your intensity and amount of exercise you're doing. Now, painkillers, we recommend pain relief in the initial days if the pain is quite acute. But the pain relief should be to help you move better, to take the pain away so you can move better, because pain relief or painkillers, they don't cure your pain and they don't speed up your recovery. So exercise is cheaper and easier option. You should choose exercise as an option other than pain relief. So, another thing is surgery. Surgery is rarely needed in non-specific back pain. There are certain conditions where the surgery is beneficial. Conditions like scoliosis or kyphosis, that means if your spine is curved and it's affecting your function. Things like if you have a prolapsed disc and it's compressing on the structures, giving you neurological symptoms. Yes, in those cases, surgeries can be beneficial. And if you have spinal instability, then surgery is beneficial again. But most of the cases, surgery is not needed. You can just do exercises and your back should get better. Getting good quality sleep is important because a lack of sleep affects your well-being. So getting good quality and quantity of sleep. Now, many people ask about if there is any ideal position of sleeping or what sort of mattress they should use. So there is no ideal position of sleeping, or there is no ideal mattress. So whatever is comfortable for you, whatever works for you is the best for you. You can have back pain without any damage or injury. Now, pain doesn't always mean damage or injury, because especially in back pain, as I said earlier, there are many other causes like psychosocial causes, lifestyle factors. So it is a combination of all those things. It's not just physical. And most important thing is if it doesn't clear up in about 4 to 6 weeks, seek help from medical professionals, but don't worry. Now, moving on to the neck pain. This is another common pain which tops the list of our aches and pains. It's a common condition which affects most people in their 30s and 40s, but it's not caused by serious problem in most of the cases. Causes of neck pain, they are quite similar to causes of back pain. It's usually multifactorial, which includes poor posture. Our posture is affected by different things. If we need to sit in a prolonged period of time, or if you're in front of a screen, if you're using mobile for a long time, all these different things affect your posture. Neck strain due to any sudden activities, sporting and occupational activities, etc. Again, there are lifestyle and psychosocial factors. So stress is one of the factors. Low levels of physical activities also can contribute to neck pain. Poor quality and quantity of sleep is another factor. Anxiety and depression also play a role in the neck pain. Because if we have stress, it physically manifests as it makes us tighten our muscles, specifically on the top of our shoulder and down the spine. And that's how we start getting pain. Treatment for neck pain is similar as back pain. So remaining as active as you can, taking simple pain relief, apply cold or heat. Importantly, cervical collar is not needed. Most of the people will ask me about that because it just affects your mobility and it may actually prolong your recovery. Again, it doesn't get better in 4 to 6 weeks. Seek advice from expert, your GP or physio. There are some symptoms you need to be aware of in neck pain, which can indicate serious pathology. These are severe head, neck, or arm pain that disturb your sleep, weakness and loss of feeling in arms and legs, a history of inflammatory arthritis, immunosuppression, cancer, TB, drug abuse, AIDS, or any other infection. Unexplained weight loss, feeling unwell, having fever, or violent trauma like road traffic accident and a history of surgery, etc. Now, top tips to prevent neck pain. So take regular breaks, especially if your work involves prolonged sitting or standing, sustained postures. So try to take half an hour break, go for a brisk walk to move your joint. Simple exercises like moving your neck in all the directions and shrugging your shoulders, pressing them down and moving your arms can relieve tension. Practice relaxation techniques like mindfulness or yoga, etc. Or just listening to simple music, simply listening to music, or even watering your plants in the garden can help. So Prevention strategies. So prevention is always better than cure. So healthy diet. So include a healthy diet in your lifestyle modification. Having a healthy and balanced diet keep you active. It prevents diseases. It also helps to boost your mood. Exercise. Take up an exercise of your choice. It could be yoga, it could be Pilates, or just walking, swimming, or working on an exercise bike. So build up gradually and slowly, build up the amount and intensity of exercise. Relaxation. So it keeps your mind calm and keeps you away from the stresses. So you can practice meditation, mindfulness, breathing exercises, yoga. Again, doing simple things like art and craft, the things you like, listening to music, etc., can also be used to relax yourself. To summarize, back and neck pain are very, very common and rarely dangerous. So don't worry, don't panic. It usually gets better by itself in 4 to 6 weeks. So 98% of cases, it gets better by itself, sometimes even without any treatment. And prevention is better than cure. So the take-home message for today is keep it flexible, keep it strong. You never know when it will come handy. Thank you. Thank you very much again, RISE Foundation, and thank you, Shilpa and Kartika. And if you have any questions, the audience, you can ask now.
Yeah. Thank you, Rachna. That was excellent presentation. I think you have covered everything. I was about to ask, because of due to this recent lockdown, I have seen many kids with neck pains and back pains, and many of my work from home patients had severe backaches for this last couple of months. I think you have given a very detailed preventive measures. And I was also going to ask, because as a GP, we sit in it's a desk job. Yeah, you already explained everything very well.
And I've seen you sending loads and loads of back patients to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if there's any questions coming up from the audience.
Yes, Kartika, there are questions.
Yeah. I can't. Can you read out? I can't see any. Can you read out, Shilpa?
Yes, Ruchika has asked, Rachna, is the sleeping in prone position good in long run? That's the position I find it most comfortable. So which position is best?
Sleeping prone is absolutely fine. It is advisable in neck pain. If you if you have acute neck pain, then it's advised that you shouldn't sleep prone. But if you don't have any aches and pains and you are sleeping prone, that's absolutely fine, and it doesn't do any harm in a long term. So that's absolutely fine. If it's comfortable, of course, then yes, I would say it's fine.
The next question is from Hema. Is any particular tips for who drive long distance? Any exercises to do every single day?
Driving for long distance, you should take breaks more often. So if you're driving for 4 hours, at least take 2 breaks, I would say. It doesn't have to be half an hour break. It could be just 5 to 10 minutes break, and just do some stretches. So basically moving your neck. So it's the tension in the top of the shoulders, which creates the pain most of the times. So moving your neck and shrugging your shoulders, depressing them, waving your arms away from your body, it will help to relieve the tension, and that will help.
Yeah, the last question, Rachna, I think because of recent lockdown and more time for people, they've been working out a lot. And I've seen many patients who come with backache. Can you hear me, Rachna?
I can.
Yeah. So my question is, how much is a moderate exercises? I know it is 30 minutes per week, but when you have, people have said, we have loads of time. So we've been doing extensive workouts. and then they present with backache, neck pains, and other muscle and generalized aches and pains.
There is no, you can't quantify it like you should do 30 minutes or 45 minutes or 5 minutes or 1 hour. The important thing is building up gradually. It's not the amount of exercise they are doing, it's how they are doing it. If they are doing warm up, if they are doing cool down. Some people, they just skip warm up, cool down, and they just go on to do the main workout. And if you don't have warm up, your muscles are not prepared, and that's why they get the pain. It's not the exercise they are doing. So 30 to 45 minutes, at least 3 times they are doing. It's how they are doing it. If they are doing is appropriate for you.
Last time
I don't think we have any more questions from the audience. Yeah, that's very good presentation, Rachna. Well presented, excellent. Like preventive tips that you have given. I think I'm going to follow most of them. And I thank RISE Foundation for giving this opportunity. And I request all the audience to generously donate for the noble cause. Thank you. And the next event is stress management. Is there anything that you want to mention, Rachna, before we leave?
Yeah, I would again say to the audience, please donate generously. The RISE Foundation is doing a fantastic job. Really, really proud of them and really proud to be a part of this 24-hour webinar. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Anu, over to you.
Okay, can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. A very warm welcome to you all. I'm Anuradha Sridhar. I'm a dental therapist, and alongside with me today, I've got Dr. Lakshmi Balakrishnan, who's an oncologist and will be co-moderating for the talk this morning. First of all, I'd like to thank RISE Foundation UK for giving me this opportunity. And I have to say they're doing a great job. I'm really, really proud of what you're doing. And I think the webinar is absolutely wonderful. So congratulations once again. On to our speaker now. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome my good friend, Dr. Geeta Kumaravelu, for the RISE-24 talk. Geeta is a psychiatrist, and she obtained a medical qualification in Stanley Medical College, Chennai in India. Later, she trained here in the UK in psychiatry and worked for forensic intellectual disability. In 2014, she moved to Brisbane in Australia, and she's been practicing there ever since. Geeta is very passionate about health and well-being, and in particular, she's very passionate about physical fitness. She's done several 10K runs, half marathon, triathlon, and the list goes on and on. So it's just a very active person. At the moment, she's currently focused on HIIT and weight training alongside time-restricted eating. She also follows mindfulness and incorporates meditation in her day-to-day routine lives. Not the least, she absolutely loves spending time with her family and friends. And here she is today to do the talk on stress management, I think, which is a very important topic to all of us. So I really can't wait to hear from her. So welcome to the webinar, Geeta, and look forward to hearing from you. Over to you, Geeta.
Thank you so much, Anu. Thank you. Can I just start off by thanking Anu to invite me to speak at this forum. I feel really privileged and honored. And you guys, the organizers of this foundation, are doing an amazing job. So continue the good work and all the very best for the future endeavors. So I just thought I'd start off with showing off one of my recent achievements. That was my skydive I generally have a fear of heights, but I thought I'll overcome that at some point. And here it is, hurtling from 15,000 meters. That was just amazing, amazing. So I'm just gonna check if you can all see my slides. Yeah. Can you see my slides and hear me as well?
We can.
Yeah, excellent,
Yeah,
excellent.
we can. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just to, at the outset, make it very clear that the views that I'm talking about in this presentation are my own. I've drawn this on both personal and professional experience, rather than this being endorsed by any sort of regulatory body, not the Royal College of Psychiatrists in the UK or Australia, New Zealand, or anything like that. But this is just over time within the practice of psychiatry and with my own personal journey. These are some of my experiences which I thought I would share with you. So in terms of an overview, I thought I would do an introduction, talk a bit about the biology of stress and some of the implications, the sequelae of stress, and then give you some practical tips to optimize performance and manage stress. So just a spoiler alert, there's not going to be anything that I say that you haven't heard of before, but it's just going to be something to revisit the basics and for us to have in mind when it comes to day-to-day stress management. So just a quick whistle through my personal journey. I graduated from Stanley Medical College, a big cheer to Stanley Medical College, before moving to the UK, where I trained in psychiatry. And within that, I trained in intellectual disability psychiatry and had the great fortune of working in the field of forensic intellectual disability psychiatry. Worked with some of the most eminent people in the world, just the most amazing experience there before moving to Australia. So I think I have to acknowledge my key supports here, my parents. I was an army brat. My dad was an army officer and mum was a hardworking government doctor. So I really had the great fortune. It was the best of both worlds, really, between the civilian world and the army world. And my parents always have my back, and they have been amazing, amazing supports and continue to be amazing role models and supports. And my brother as well. I happened to meet the most amazing human being, my husband, at medical school, and we've since been married for a very long time, and we've raised 2 wonderful children. Now, my family, they continue to be my rock, really, and support me in everything I do, and I feel very fortunate to have them with me, and I have to give tribute to my teachers and colleagues as well. And just to complete the list, I think it's important for me to acknowledge all these amazing people I continue to listen to, and they help me to grow and thrive every day. There might be several names I've left off this list, but this list can go on and on. So just in terms of talking about the stress response itself, now this goes back to the caveman days, right? So whenever we were faced with threat, any sort of threat, the stress response, which was meant to be protective, was really to fight, engage in fight, flight, or freeze. So these were the primitive responses, and protective, albeit. Stress is not a bad thing always, and sometimes it is needed more often than not to increase your performance and increase productivity. So there's something called the Yerkes-Dodson curve, where with that optimal anxiety, optimal stress levels, that is when your performance is really good. So that is what drives great athletes as well. With the Olympics going on, I'll be making a lot of references about the Olympics as well. However, the impact of chronic stress is what gets us into some trouble. And I believe a lot in the biopsychosocial model, where within the biological remit, bearing in mind this list is not at all exhaustive, and there can be umpteen other things which I've left out, but just as examples for this forum today, I've mentioned within the biological domain, you've got physical health issues, sleep issues, weight problems, and so on. And within the psychological realm, you've got mental health issues such as anxiety, depression, and the big one for me is the automatic negative thoughts. It is a concept, a big concept in CBT, which is cognitive behavior therapy. but also day-to-day practice. We've somehow developed these habits where we've got the negative inner voice telling us, you're not good enough, you can't do this, you're never going to be able to do this. So those sort of inner talks, the negative thoughts that we start developing, and presumably a lot of the times it goes back to our childhood. And people around us have been sometimes telling us, you're never going to make it or whatever. And then that obviously has an impact on your self-esteem as well. Within the social issues, we've got, it can lead to isolation, relationship issues, and work performance issues. And I must say that a lot of my previous speakers have already touched upon all this, but I just thought this would be a good starting point for us to have a good understanding. And in terms of the biology of stress, this I thought was a good slide to illustrate the impact of chronic stress on a cellular level. So it's not just on a macro level, but even on a micro level, we're talking about big changes to your genetic makeup even. So they talk about epigenetic phenomena, whereby if you are exposed to chronic extreme stress for a long period of time, even as a young child or even as an adult, your subsequent generations, even they are bearing that, as evidenced by what we are seeing here in Australia within the indigenous communities. The stolen generation, it is just appalling what's happened to them, and the ramifications. Really what we are seeing here is the long-lasting pervasive effects of on their lives, full stop. This is just a classic example. Another example was what the chronic trauma in the Romanian children did to their growth and development over time. So these are two extreme examples, but the point I'm making is that chronic stress definitely has an impact both at the biological level and the cellular level in particular. This slide, I thought, helps to illustrate the impact of chronic stress on your entire body. Starting with your brain, which is the most important organ, it can affect your lungs, your liver, your kidneys, your heart, your stomach, your bowels, your blood pressure, and everything. So this just serves to make the case that chronic stress definitely has a lot of harmful effects. And the sources of stress, we all know fully well. Now, these can be the sources of stress, or this can be the cause or the impact, really, because you could have physical health issues which are niggling and causing stress over a long period of time, or it could be mental health related. And bearing in mind, 1 in 4 of us at any time is at risk of developing a mental illness. So we're talking about anxiety and depression. I know that as a society, there are still, a lot of naysayers about mental health, and it's often looked down upon and not given the due respect it is. I've had even professionals, colleagues dissing mental health, but this is real, people. I think it's about time we start accepting that mental illness is an issue. This is the latest scourge, really, within the population. We've been talking about diabetes and cancer for years and years and years, but I think it's about time that we put mental health to the fore and shine the spotlight on mental health, even going back to a young age, and sorting this out at homes, at schools, and companies, workplace, everywhere. So financial reasons can be a big source of stress for many people, and social health. This is an interesting one because I find that these days, whether it's children or adults, we struggle a lot with this, and the peer pressure is incredible. Whether I am looking at a young whoever, celebrity or whatever, with a perfect body on social media and thinking, oh, that's an amazing body, I would like that, or whoever, it's a very difficult one. And the negativity on social media is another thing which is really, unfortunately, more common than is required, really. The vitriol that is being spouted on social media, if you have nothing good to say, just don't say anything, is what I believe in. This is really difficult, and it takes its toll on young kids, adults, you name it. And it's really hard not to succumb to this pressure. So this is something to be really watchful of. And people have spoken a lot about digital detox and, how to keep your youngsters safe. But I think for us as parents, we need to lead by example as well. and show, because to me, I think it's very important that I show my daughter by example that I'm not buying into this pressure. You know, I don't believe in heavily made up faces, you know, whatever, Botox or whatever. So just to, little steps, but hopefully that will get the message across to her, and she can then replicate that to her friends and so on. Relationships, they are challenging and we have to work on them. Partners, working around parenting with children, especially when they get to the teenage years. It is a very fine balance that we have to maintain, and across generations. Many of us, we've got ailing older parents now, and many of them are in India or wherever, and we are elsewhere. The whole challenges with, bridging the gap between the young and the old, and we serve as the conduits, really, both culturally and chronologically. So there's a lot of responsibility on us. And this list, again, is not exhaustive at all. So there are plenty more sources of stress. I just thought this slide can just give a snapshot of how stress can manifest on a day-to-day basis. One can have mood changes such as anger, irritability, sadness, or have a short fuse, or sleep disturbances, as I mentioned before. Proneness to make mistakes, that can happen quite a bit, whether it's academic performance at school or work performance. And then absences due to sickness follows. The relationship with others is affected. And then your physical problems as well. So chronic pain is a perfect example of how stress can impact on your bodily function, or GI problems or anything, as I mentioned before. So that list, again, is not exhaustive. So I cannot give a talk without talking about COVID-19, which has been by far the greatest equalizer in recent times. And all of us have been impacted by this somehow or the other. Some of us have incurred psychological issues such as, losses, bereavement, extended family members, illnesses, and many of us who are in the medical profession. The added burden, really, where you feel so helpless. You are in the medical profession, yet you're so far away and you can't really help your loved ones. So that is a big challenge. The marital problems, I've heard of several long-term stable relationships break down, which is really sad to see. But this is the extent we are dealing with, really. And unfortunately, in a select few, I think it's more common, but thankfully not so much in my close circle. But the issue around domestic violence, that has gone up significantly as well. And substance use, alcoholism, drugs, etc., that has gone up as well. The mental health issues, never before has mental health come to the fore so much before COVID-19, and the financial implications as well. So my approach to stress management really is to encompass the biopsychosocial approach, and we are aiming to control the controllables. What is it that I can do to keep myself well, happy, and be of some use to others? No matter what it is, what it is, our professional background or personal background, we all can contribute both to ourselves and to others by, number one, self-care. I start with myself, take care of my sleep, my nutrition, what I eat, what I do with my time, what I do with my device time, what I watch, what I feed my mind and my brain, and have a discipline, engage in a routine of some sort. And, whoever it is, at whatever age, we can try and implement healthy changes in our lifestyle. It is never, I never buy into the view that, oh, it's too late for me to make any changes. That is not true at all. And grounding, this is a big thing for me, where, we're talking about micro episodes. You don't have to be sitting in Padmasana for an hour every day at all. You just don't have to do that. You can do 2 minutes, 2 seconds, whatever time you do. So I use my excuses are really, I love doing dishes. So when I'm doing the dishes, that's when I'm very mindful, focusing on the soap bubbles, how many times I'm scrubbing it, and then washing how much water I'm using. And then I also look out and watch, the birds and whatever. So that gives me great joy. Progressive muscle relaxation is another form of, deep relaxation.